My daughter grew up to rank S adventurer. Volume 1 The Daughter Who Can't Go Home. Prologue. 17 years prior. Occasionally, the now missing leg would start hurting again. It's the symptom known as phantom pain. A burning pain of the time it was eaten by that black magic beast. Even though almost 8 years had passed since then, it would still annoyingly hurt sometimes. Belgriff once again woke up before the sun rose. The non-existent right leg felt like it was burning. Pressing down on the thigh muscle that still remained, Belgriff stayed in that position covered in greasy sweat for several minutes, enduring the pain. However, to the person in question it felt like it had finally subsided after many hours. Fuck. Sighing, he began to get up, not the least bit tired now. Out the window, the sky was slowly starting to light up. However, as the stars still shined in the sky, the more the sky would light up conversely, the darker the surroundings would seem. Carefully attaching the prosthetic leg that lay next to the bed, Belgriff stood up. After years of practice he was now able to walk using it without any difficulties. After the long rehabilitation period even fighting using a sword would be possible. But mentally it seemed a bit too soon for him to return to being an adventurer. It was around 7 years ago that Belgriff had returned to his hometown of Tornella village. Now he is 25. His parents passed away when he was young, and when he became 15, he had decided to go out to make a name for himself and return famous. For that purpose he left for the capital city, orphan. However, a bit over 2 years after becoming an adventurer, his right leg was bitten off by a magic beast. He still tried to do jobs such as gathering medicinal herbs, as his rehabilitation progressed, but eventually he gave up and decided to leave all of it behind, returning to his hometown. Belgriff walked outside. The cool, clear air cleansed his lungs. The cries of roosters could be heard from all over. The early rising farmers were already preparing to start working. The surroundings slowly got brighter, and the ridges of the mountains in the distance were becoming clearly lit up. It's morning. As Belgriff walked, he ran into one of the farmers, Kerry, seemingly heading out to their farm. They are of the same age and used to play together as children. Grinning, Kerry raised his hand. Hey, Bell. Good morning. Although Belgriff was slightly bothered by that nickname sounding feminine, he had already given up on changing it. Morning, Kerry. You're sure working hard. Yeah, since I'm gonna go to plant the onions now. Would you mind helping me with them? Although I would love to help right away, would tomorrow still be fine? I already promised Granny Kaya to gather some medicinal herbs for her today. That's fine, it'd be a great help with you around. But still, you're always really busy. You don't need to push yourself so much. Nah, it isn't that much to worry about. If you have any work that still needs doing tomorrow, call me. Ha, I'll be relying on you then. See ya. Later. Kerry continued on his way to the fields. When Belgriff had first come back to the village he was initially made out to be the laughingstock of the town, but now he is someone relied upon by the entire village. Ever since returning he would take the initiative and do jobs that nobody else wanted to do, use the knowledge he had gained as an adventurer to gather medicinal herbs, and exterminate any magic beasts that appeared. He would help out working the fields, and often went out hunting to treat the villagers to meat. Now all the villagers completely trust him. Once Belgriff had confirmed there were no signs of magic beasts while patrolling around town as his morning stroll, he returned home and practiced swinging his sword, had breakfast, prepared his lunch, and headed off into the mountains. Right, it's autumn. The sun rose, making the sky feel even more distant and blue. The trees' leaves were gradually tinted red and yellow, the atmosphere making it feel as if the summer heat from a month ago could never have really happened. Looking at the ground, Belgriff wandered around searching for the fruits of the vines that cling onto the trees, stacking more and more herbs in his basket. Almia grass, tall fruit, harvest moon grass the mountain grapes are already growing. Belgriff took a single small grape and put it in his mouth. A sweet and sour taste flowed out of it. Delicious. The kids'll probably like these. Although he wasn't requested to do it, Belgriff gathered mountain grapes and a kebi fruit together with the herbs in his basket. Traversing the mountains is a dangerous job. Of course magic beasts appearing is a possibility, but even regular wild animals are enough to be a threat to humans. Although the woodcutters would work on the forest near the village, all of the villagers would hesitate to enter the mountainous area in the depths of the forest. However, Belgriff the former adventurer was able to fight against both magical and non-magical beasts. Although not at best form due to the loss of his right leg, he would still not fall behind the kinds of magic beasts that appear in that area. Having gathered a large amount of herbs throughout the morning, Belgriff sat down in a sunlit area and took out his lunch. Although it was nothing more than some goat cheese sandwiched between hard bread, adding the mountain grapes and a kebi he had gathered to it made it quite delectable. Great, at this rate I'll be able to go help carry later in the afternoon. As he had found enough of the herbs he needed sooner than expected, he would be able to go back to the village earlier in the afternoon. As he stretched and stood up, suddenly he faintly heard the sound of something cry out. Belgriff immediately moved his hand to the sword strapped to his waist, squinted his eyes, and surveyed the area. There was no sign of a magic beast. However, when he concentrated he could definitely hear the sound of something crying. Like that of a baby. In the middle of the mountains, there exist magic beasts that make sounds like that of human babies. Specifically, a magic beast known as the pixie. Although they are not good at combat, they are mean-spirited magic beasts that do things such as imitating the sounds of crying babies, or using magic to confuse a person's sense of direction. Although Belgriff had never encountered any pixies in these mountains, he decided there was no harm in being cautious. Leaving his hand on his sword's handle, he slowly headed in the direction of the crying voice. What? After making his way through the thickets and seeing what was there, Belgriff let out a voice somewhere between that of surprise and bewilderment. After all, what lay there was not a pixie, but an actual human baby. The baby laid in a basket woven from wisteria vines. Whether due to hunger or something else, the baby cried out loudly. It felt almost like a miracle that it wasn't found by some wild beast first. Belgriff approached the baby and stared at it for a long time. It had black hair. As Belgriff held it up in the air, the baby stopped crying and stared back at him with its large black eyes. Belgriff furrowed his eyebrows. He had not heard of any newborn or about to be born babies in Tornella village. It is a small village. If there was anything of the sort, then Belgriff would have heard of it. It must be from a village on the other side of the mountains, Belgriff concluded. Now, what to do? He hesitated slightly, but seeing the baby he was cradling go silent, as if in satisfaction, he felt that he could not just leave it there. Belgriff tenderly stroked the baby's head. It started to fall asleep, now feeling in peace. What a quiet child. Multiple sheets of old cloth remained in the basket on the ground, and herbs said to fight off evil lay scattered around. It didn't seem like the baby was abandoned out of animosity or neglect. No choice then. Together with the basket, Belgriff carried the baby down the mountain. 5 years prior. Higher. The short-cut black-haired girl rose her wooden sword and struck out at Belgriff. Her footwork was exceptional. As if she was expertly sliding on ice, she closed the distance and struck where Belgriff's guard was weakest. However, Belgriff merely pivoted on his artificial leg to easily twist his body and avoid the girl's wooden sword, and in exchange whacked her head with the other wooden sword he held in his hand. The girl yelped out and crouched down. "You were too focused on the obvious openings I left. Try to predict your opponent's movements a bit more." "Ooh, Daddy, you seriously hit me." Seeing the girl's teary eyes, Belgriff lost his composure. Well, you asked me to take you seriously." Frowning, the girl raised her hands towards Belgriff. "Carry me." "Geez, I spoil you too much, ain't." Seeing Belgriff indicating that he would carry her, the girl happily jumped into his arms and clung onto him. It had been 12 years since Belgriff took in the baby he found in the mountains. The black-haired baby he named Angeline grew up into an adorable young girl. Possibly due to her always being with and watching the former adventurer Belgriff, she had at some point started to admire adventurers. The swordsmanship Belgriff had taught her for self-defense, ever since she was barely able to walk, was now at the level where even the adult villagers would be no match for her. Though she has yet to land a single hit on her teacher, Belgriff. Angeline rubbed her head against Belgriff's chest. "Daddy, you smell good." "What are you talking about?" "Well, let's have dinner, shall we?" "Yeah." Still carrying Angeline, Belgriff entered the house. It was almost dusk. Belgriff would turn 37 that year. Although he was approaching 40, his body was still healthy, and he would still exterminate magic and wild beasts, and go to the mountains. Completely used to his prosthetic leg now, his movements actually seem more supple than back when he was still young. After continuing to simply honestly work for the sake of the village, the villagers would come to trust him more and more to the point where they now even treated him like a leader of the village. Their dinner was vegetable and salt soup with some small pieces of meat added, and hard bread with goat cheese. Their dessert would be a large heaping of Angeline's favorite rock cowberries. Usually they would only have a little, but the dinner they had on that day would be the last they would spend together. Surely that much extravagance could be forgiven for the occasion. Lately the animals in the mountains had been more active than normal, so Belgriff would frequently take Angeline out hunting in the mountains. And though they too would eat some of the meat, they would share most of it with the other villagers. Possibly because of that the villagers are all very well nourished, with their complexions healthy and their diligence in work high. Dornella has the highest crop yield out of all the surrounding villages, and they are viewed positively by the lord of the land due to always being able to smoothly pay their taxes. Although the primary reason for hunting was to obtain meat, it was also to train Angeline. If she were to become an adventurer, it would be useful for her to have experience fighting against non-human opponents in different terrain as well. Belgriff looked at Angeline eating the bread happily across the table. In the beginning he had displayed disapproval towards Angeline becoming an adventurer. However, it was true that he was also an adventurer, and he also didn't want to do anything so boorish as to deny youngsters' dream of leaving to the capital to stretch their legs and test their own ability, instead of rotting in the middle of nowhere. But even so, he still really felt that a daughter should act cutely and not have to face danger. After a long time debating with himself over it, he had now decided to give his full support in helping his daughter become a true adventurer. If she was going to end up as one anyway, it would be best to improve her abilities and make sure that it would be as rare as possible for her to run into anything too dangerous for her to handle. That is the answer Belgriff came to. But even after her abilities improved that much, she still acted childish. Belgriff worried slightly whether she would be able to make it as an adventurer like that, but always being fawned upon by her didn't feel that bad. His feelings as a parent and his feelings as the teacher of an adventurer would fight frequently like that, but most often his parental side won out. He is human too after all. I give my thanks for the food. For the food. The dishes clattered together as Belgriff stacked them and took them away to wash them. Using water taken out of an earthenware pot he began cleaning them when Angeline started tugging on the hem of his shirt. Daddy. What is it? I'll do it. No, you don't have to. Daddy will do it for you. So. As Belgriff said that, Angeline shook her head. I'm going to the capital tomorrow, so then I won't be able to help anymore. Haha, I see. Then would you mind doing them for me? Belgriff ruffled Angeline's hair while stroking it. Angeline narrowed her eyes happily and started washing the dishes in place of Belgriff. What a good girl she has become, Belgriff thought to himself. Tomorrow Angeline would leave for the capital. After only a bit more preparation she would be ready to leave. Although they had no intention of making this the last they will see of each other, they are still saying goodbye to each other. There's no way they wouldn't feel lonely. As having too large a farewell would just make it all the sadder, Belgriff and Angeline planned to spend their last day as normal, not doing anything special for the occasion, other than eating more rock cowberries than normal. Time sure flies. Belgriff muttered, gazing from behind at Angeline washing the dishes. She is turning 12. Although her short hair is somewhat boyish, her face has the cuteness of a girl. She would have been a great wife for someone had she not become an adventurer, Belgriff started to think before shaking his head and dispelling his thoughts. How irresolute I am. Angeline came flying over towards Belgriff, still smiling wryly at himself. Whoa dash. Daddy, hug me tightly. Your hands are still wet. Oh well. As Belgriff tightly hugged Angeline, she continued to act spoilt like a cat. I'll try my best. Yeah. Even alone I'll try my best and become a great adventurer. Yeah. And then someday I'll get a hit in on you, Daddy. Haha, I can't wait. Belgriff said as he pet her. What do you do when you're lost in the woods? Look for silver dragon grass. The large petal always faces north, so you can use it to confirm what direction you're going in. What about when you need to find water? Follow the smell of the anemomery. They only grow where there is clean water. What do you need to be wary of when fighting magic beasts? Whether there are any other magic beasts in the vicinity. Also whether the terrain works to my advantage or not. What do you do when you run into an opponent you can't beat? Run as soon as possible. When I can't run immediately, with escaping as top priority, I should attack the opponent's weaknesses to slow them down as much as possible, while securing a path to retreat via. Then I run away. Good, says Belgriff, nodding satisfied at her answers. That's good. An adventurer can only adventure if they are alive, after all. You must never push yourself. Yes, understood. Angeline nodded. Now then, we're waking up early tomorrow. We should go to sleep soon. Daddy. Once Belgriff stood up, Angeline grabbed onto the hem of his shirt. Can we sleep together tonight? Aren't you practicing to sleep by yourself? You're acting mean. Seeing Angeline pout, frowning, Belgriff let out a hearty laugh. I'm just kidding. Come on. Yay. Angeline happily clung onto Belgriff's arm. Chapter 1. The weather is great. Although the summer sun shines brightly. The weather is great. Although the summer sun shines brightly, it isn't blisteringly hot. The vegetables planted in the fields are currently steadily growing in response to the bright sun. The roosters run around while the shepherds guide goats and sheep to the pastures. Belgriff, after crouching down in the furrows to pull weeds, stood up and stretched. Sweat runs down his forehead. Ah, it's so hot. Although the hotter days of summer are yet to come, having to move your body around still makes you feel uncomfortably hot. And the strong sun doesn't do much to help. Carrie's son Air Burns approaches, yelling hysterically. What are you doing, Mr. Bell? Oh, it's you, Burns. Well, I'm pulling weeds. Geez. That's our employee's job, you don't need to worry about doing that. Well, I was bored so. If you do that then there wouldn't be any work left for our employees. Well, yes, that's true. Well, my dad asked me to call for you. This way. Urged on by Burns, Belgriff enters the shaded area of the gazebo. Inside Carrie sits, checking through an account book. Now round and fattened up, his figure dressed in fittingly good quality clothes. While the garb makes him look more like a manager than a farmer, it is true that he now rarely steps out into the fields. The field that Belgriff was weeding belonged to Kerry's farm. In the present day Kerry is known to be the most successful farmer in the village. With extensive fields, 150 sheep and 100 goats, a yarn-spinning workshop and a cheese-making one, he offered numerous jobs to the villagers. It isn't as if Belgriff was employed by Kerry, but between working on his own field and working in the mountains, he would often help out on others' fields. This includes Kerry's farm. Noticing Belgriff approach, Kerry grins. Hey, Bell. You were pulling weeds from our fields again, weren't you? Yeah. There were just so many weeds growing, so. Ha ha ha, I just can't match up to you. So, Bell. You know you don't have to work our fields, right? With you exterminating magic beasts and working in the mountains, as well as educating the kids, everyone is already plenty grateful to you. Belgriff awkwardly scratches his head. I'm not really doing it to be thanked though. You ha ha ha, that's what's great about you. Hey, Burns. Bring the wine. And that new cheese too. The target of his yelling, his son, quickly runs off. Whoa, wait, you plan to drink now? The sun's still high up. It's just a bit of merrymaking. Anyway, I tried out a new recipe for this cheese. Something I heard from that merchant what came through the village before. And the wine? Belgriff asks, looking at the wine bottle Burns had just carried over. There is no label attached. Kerry grins. See, some years ago I started growing grapes as well. Thought it might become a new village industry. Oh, was it that area of cultivated land? Brilliant deduction. Kerry pours the wine into the glasses, laughing. The deep crimson fluid splashes around inside the glass. 6 years ago, Kerry proposed a plan to cultivate an area of barren land near the village. Although the quality of the earth wasn't bad, a lizard magic beast spawned in the middle of cultivating it, and the plan was thought to have been set back. But Belgriff and Angeline exterminated the magic beast, the workers returned to steadily cultivating the land, and a good field was made. Though Belgriff didn't expect it to be used for growing grapes. The wine is a bit bitter, but it tastes strong and delicious. It's good. Is it? What do you think? Will it sell? Belgriff tastes another mouthful, playing with it in his mouth. It's a bit too bitter, but definitely not bad. With some slight improvements it'll definitely sell. Hearing that, Kerry laughs happily. What a relief. The grapes are still small and few in number, but I plan on planting a few more seedlings this year. Would you mind helping me when I get around to that? Of course, the cheese is good too. It is it? Keep your opinions coming. Like that the two 40-year-olds chew on the cheese and sip on the wine. As if suddenly remembering something, Kerry speaks out. How's Ange been doing? Dunno. Haven't heard much from her since last year. Wait, is she okay? Is that fine? Well, they say that no word is good word. I see you have a lot of faith in her, don't you? Haha. That's cause she sent a letter that said she became an S rank last year. It was ever since then that I stopped hearing from her. She's probably really busy. Is S rank that amazing? Well, it's the top rank in the guild's ranking system. That abandoned kid, impressive innit? Yeah, I'm proud of her. 5 years have passed since Angeline went to the capital city, orphan. This year, Belgriff would be 42. In stark contrast to the obese Kerry, his supple and lean physique doesn't appear to have faded with time at all. But the wrinkles on his face have grown deeper, and he now sports a red beard covering his chin to match his red hair. At that moment, Burns runs in. Dad, the caravan's here. And there was a letter for Mr. Bell. From Ange. Oh. Great. Perfect timing, don't you think, Bell? Haha, it's like they were waiting for this moment. Holding a wry smile, Belgriff takes the letter from Burns and unseals and opens it. Kerry and Burns, faces as if their hearts are about to burst out of their chests, intently watch Belgriff read the letter. Okay, I see. What did it say? How is she? Is she doing well? Belgriff raises his head grinning. She took a long-term vacation for the end of the month, she'll be coming to visit. Oh. Kerry unconsciously stands up. That's big news. How should we entertain her? Hey, you know you don't have to be so enthusiastic about it. What are you talking about, Belle? It's your first reunion in 5 years. You should be happier. Haha, it just doesn't feel real yet. But Belgriff still tries imagining it. Since it has been 5 years, Angeline would be 17 now. She's probably taller as well. What did she do with her previously short-cut hair? Does she look more mature now? Watching a child's growth can make a person happy. Though watching the other village children would as well, since it's his own daughter they can't really be compared. Thinking that, Belgriff starts really looking forward to seeing Angeline again. With a wry smile, Belgriff pours himself another drink and raises it up. Cheers to Ange. Yeah. May she be blessed by the king of the gods, Vienna. Drinking in the day is kind of good as well, Belgriff thinks to himself. Umlaut. In a corner of downtown Orphan, the Adventurers Guild's reception area, a single black-haired girl stands showing clearly her anger. The receptionist opposite her, face pale and trembling. Though a large number of adventurers are gathered in the building, they all silently watch, holding their breaths nervously. The black-haired girl is clad in lightweight armor for easy maneuverability, and has a sword strapped to her waist. She is an adventurer. Her waist-long black hair is casually tied up in a bun, and her matching black eyes slightly droop, making her look tired. Those eyes openly display her fury, glaring daggers at the receptionist. I'm sure I told you that I would be taking a long-term vacation starting tomorrow. Flustered, the receptionist replies. Well, that was the plan, yes, but there were reports of a calamity-class magic beast, frequently appearing near Carter Town, so Miss Angeline, we were hoping you would make your way over. Yes, that black-haired girl is Angeline. It has been 5 years since she left Tornella village. Now 17, she has grown taller, and her still slightly childish face now looks more mature. Angeline groans, not bothering to hide her displeasure. Why should I have to go? A couple A rankers could deal with something like a calamity class. How oppressive, taking away my precious vacation just because you want an S rank to go. Well, we sent an AA rank party out to eliminate it before, but it seems they failed, so. Angeline hits the reception desk with her fist. A crack reaching the floor appears in the marble counter. The receptionist barely manages to stay conscious. How incompetent, just who were they? It's all because they failed that I'm being dragged out there. Almost visibly emitting a pitch-black horror, Angeline mutters to herself her displeasures, as if she's trying to place a curse on someone. Ever since I became an S rank, it's been difficult request after difficult request. I haven't even had the time to send Daddy a letter, much less get to return home. And finally when I thought I'd be able to take a break, that's shut down by sudden request. Even though I've been constantly fighting for the last year, why do Calamity class magic beasts just have to keep on appearing and appearing and appearing? And why does everyone else just leave them alone for me to do? What are all the other adventurers even doing? As Angeline talks to herself, she looks towards the other adventurers in the lobby, silently making themselves as small as possible, as they uncomfortably try their best to look away from the scene. Like a violent, selfish child, Angeline turns back to the counter and hits it once more. The crack grows larger. How shameful. Hey, Ange, calm down, okay? Yeah. Even if you vent your anger out on them, it won't solve the problem. The two girls that were watching the conversation anxiously until now try to stop Angeline. With a huge sigh, Angeline looks towards the receptionist and yells, "Details. Now. Right away." The receptionist hastily hands the paper, noting the details of the request to Angeline. With a childish harumph, Angeline turns around. "Millie, Anne, I'll be at the usual bar." Like that, Angeline leaves the building. The once again silent guild building is once again filled with chatter, as if finally being able to breathe again. The receptionist, too, holds a hand to their chest and takes a deep breath. How scary, that's the first time I've seen Miss Angeline that angry. Sorry about her. Normally she would never act that way. Right, Anne? The easygoing girl that spoke plays with her lavender curly hair. She wears a tricorn and a mainly blue robe. She is a magician named Milliam, and in AAA rank 1 at that. At the age of 18 she is 1 year older than Angeline, but due to her short stature, she is often wrongly thought to be the youngest of the group. Yes, it's my first time seeing that side of Angeline as well. The short-cut chestnut-haired girl beside Milliam replies. Her name is Anessa. An adventurer of the same AAA rank, she specializes in archery. The oldest in the group at age 19, she acts as the brakes of the group against the rampageous Angeline and Milliam. Milliam and Anessa are Angeline's two party members. After consoling the receptionist, the two leave the guild building together and head for the bar where Angeline waits. In the bar, Angeline sits eating roasted duck as unhappily as before. Probably from her exuding an unnatural air of displeasure, the area around her is cleanly devoid of any other patrons. Smiling bitterly, the two sit across from Angeline. Angeline starts pouting. "You're late." "Sorry, really." "Hey, was that extended vacation really that important?" Parties that contain an S-rank adventurer would be often asked to fight against high-level magic beasts and clear difficult dungeons, so they would end up traveling around a lot. Normally, adventurers perform by a semi-self-employed model of work, and so whether they would take a vacation or a job is entirely up to their own discretion. However, the case is different for S-rank adventurers. After all, there are some magic beasts that cannot be dealt with by low-ranked adventurers. There are also ranks among magic beasts. All magic beasts above A rank are classified as Calamity class, beasts that lower-ranked adventurers could never stand a chance against. Due to this, high-ranked adventurers have to be sent out. That is why when you reach the high ranks of the adventurer ladder, you no longer need to choose which requests you take, as the guild will arbitrarily force jobs onto you most of the time. Simply put, you unofficially become an employee of the guild instead of a freelancer. That is why the concept of vacations exist within the guild system for A-ranked adventurers and higher. But in reality, these adventurers don't have the leisure to be able to take something like a long-term vacation. Despite that, Angeline had announced to the guild with plenty of time in advance that she would be taking one, and had without break repeatedly completed difficult extermination and dungeon clearing requests. And after working hard to completely clear her schedule, this happens, so it's no wonder she's upset. Even so, she went too far. Angeline irritatedly stuffs her cheeks with duck and violently chugs grape-flavored water. Then she takes a deep breath and collapses onto the table dejectedly. I thought that I'd finally be able to see Daddy again. By Daddy she means. She occasionally brings him up, doesn't she? I wonder what kind of person he is. He's really nice, and really strong, and really cool. I'm really proud of him. Angeline looks into the distance as she speaks, almost as if she's in a trance. Milliam and Angeline bitterly smile and take the drinks that have just been brought to them. So your dad was an adventurer too, then? Yeah, I learned the sword as well as the basics of adventuring from him. But I still haven't landed a single hit on him yet. Milliam and Anessa freeze in place. When Angeline had first arrived at the guild 5 years ago, a story spread about how she single-handedly defeated a group of thuggish adventurers that came to pick on her for trying to become an adventurer as a little girl. If it was just that, then it wouldn't be as strange a story as it was, as the thugs were actually in a B-rank party. A 12-year-old girl, not yet even registered in the guild, easily dealt with a group of B-rank adventurers. After that, the girl made it to B rank within a year, and S rank after 4 years. She is now known as one of the most distinguished individuals in the dukedom, with the nickname of the Black-Haired Valkyrie. Meaning, even when she had first arrived at the guild when she was 12, her ability was abnormal, but despite that there was someone she could not lay even a single hit on. Her father could be no ordinary man. "Why, your dad must be a really amazing person, Ange," said Milliam, and hearing that, Angeline replies, enthusiastically nodding with stars in her eyes. "Yeah. He's really amazing. But he's also as kind as he is strong. Then he must have been a really famous adventurer, right?" As if she was waiting for Anessa to say that, Angeline puffs out her chest. "Yes, he's the man whose presence could even silence a crying child, Belgriff the Red Ogre. He's my daddy." I see. Ah, really? Who?" Milliam and Anessa secretly thought, but if Angeline said it that boldly, then there's no way they could say they don't know him. He must really be some famous adventurer, and they had just never heard of him by coincidence, the two convinced themselves. But of course in reality Angeline had just made that up. Or rather, she herself truly believed that to be the case, so she didn't believe herself that she had made it up. Belgriff had never had a nickname like that. It had just been that Angeline saw his red hair and thought to herself that if he would have had a nickname, it could only be the Red Ogre. In other words, it was Angeline's crooked, deifying view of her father that made her think there's no way someone as strong and kind and knowledgeable as my daddy could just be wasting his time in the countryside. Having somewhat brightened up by boasting about her father, Angeline unfolds the paper containing the particulars of the request. Milliam then murmurs something as she looks at the map. "All the way to Carder town, huh? It'd probably take around 3 days by horse. Yes, and the target is a wyvern, huh? How annoying. What strategy should we go with, Ange?" Glancing towards Angeline, Anessa inadvertently holds her breath after seeing her. With an expression like that of the devil himself, Angeline scowls at the realistically drawn picture of a wyvern on the request details page. "So it was this guy that ruined my vacation, unforgivable. I'll dice him up and feed him to the pigs." With the return of the black horror surrounding her body once more, Angeline suddenly stands up. "We're leaving, you two. I'll kill that flying lizard in an instant." The two girls silently do nothing but nod their heads. And 1 week later, the magic beast that was threatening the town of Carder, the wyvern's head, fell in a single slice from a black-haired adventurer that suddenly appeared. Chapter 2. Belgriff would stand at the entrance to the village. "She hasn't come home yet." Belgriff would stand at the entrance to the village, thinking to himself, today is the day she'll come home every day. He kicks the ground with his artificial right leg. According to the letter that came last week, Angeline should have come home by now, but since then there has been no sign of, nor word from her. You can barely even call this the end of the month. It's now the last day of the month. Tomorrow will be the first of the next month. Though Belgriff had been calm when the letter had first arrived, as it still didn't feel real to him, as the end of the month approached he grew more and more restless. What should he say to her when she arrives? What should he make her for dinner? What should he do for her? Constantly thinking about such things, with each passing day he would slowly lose his composure. And on the day Angeline was supposed to arrive, Carrie had in goodwill prepared a grand welcoming party, however she never ended up appearing. At that time she was on the way to Carder town to hunt the wyvern. It would be difficult to put into words just how dispirited Belgriff felt, but the villagers happily satisfied themselves with the feast prepared. Ever since then, whenever Belgriff was not working, he would stand at the entrance of the village waiting for Angeline. Since you could feel his sorrow just by looking at him stand there, the villagers were left unable to even try to talk to him. "I wonder if she's okay. Did she fall ill? She isn't dead, is she?" As his thoughts start to grow more and more negative, Belgriff covers his face with his hands and crouches down, despondent. "Ooh, Ange." While Belgriff falls into a vicious cycle of pessimism, the sound of a carriage enters his ears. Belgriff suddenly raises his head. A merchant, it seems. Belgriff squints his eyes, trying to see if Angeline might be riding together with him, but there is no such silhouette visible. I miss her. Crestfallen, Belgriff once again droops his head. He could slightly feel the old phantom pain from his right leg returning. As the merchant approaches the entrance to the village, he speaks up to Belgriff, smiling. Good day, am I right in assuming that this is Tornella village? Yes, it is. That's good. Oh, right, may I ask where Mr. Belgriff lives? I was asked to deliver a letter to him. Shocked, Belgriff raises his head once more. That would be me. Oh, how fortunate, the merchant exclaims as he descends from the carriage. He pulls a letter out from inside his bag and hands it to Belgriff. So this is definitely intended for you, correct? It certainly does say that it was addressed to Belgriff. Seeing the sender's name, Belgriff rejoices. The name Angeline was clearly written there. The merchant leaves for the village center, while Belgriff hastily opens the sealed letter. HRMIC, so it was a sudden request. Reading the letter, Belgriff feels relieved. So it wasn't that she fell ill, or even died. The letter explains that she was unable to come home as a sudden wyvern subjugation request came, and she had to go to Carder town for it. She also wrote that she would take another vacation sometime soon, and would come home then. As Angeline always had a lot she wanted to write about, she would apparently often end up stuck for a long time, not knowing what she should write and end up just writing an extremely short and simple letter. I'm so glad so she's okay. Now completely relieved, Belgriff walks back to his house with a spring in his step. In front of his house stand around 10 children of varying ages, all repeatedly swinging wooden swords. Seeing Belgriff heading over, the children exclaim together in joy. Hey, it's Uncle Bell. Will we get to practice today? Yeah, I got a letter. Now I'm as energetic as ever. Sorry for worrying you. Since Angeline left, Belgriff had gathered any willing children and taught them things like swordsmanship for self-defense, herbalism, and how to move around in the mountains. It wasn't as if there weren't any that aspired to become adventurers among the children, but most of them just held admiration for swordplay and going to the mountains. But since for the past few days Belgriff had been nothing but spaced out, waiting for Angeline, practice had to be put off. It seems that the children had been practicing swinging their swords by themselves during that time. Belgriff once more lines them up and makes them swing their swords, slowly correcting their posture and reducing any unnecessary movements. The children are now at the level where even a 6-year-old boy among them can swing in proper form. Belgriff nods, satisfied. Yes, you've all improved a lot. Really? Hey, Uncle Bell, when are we going to the mountains next? Well, let's see, since I'd need to ask your parents first, it'll take a bit. As Belgriff says that the children start complaining. To them, adventuring in the mountains is a wonderful, exciting, and fun event. Belgriff smiles wryly. I get that you want to go, but the mountains are dangerous, you know. Remember, when we go to the mountains it isn't to play, is it? The children fall into silence, feeling awkward in response to Belgriff's question. They all wanted to play, after all. But in the mountains not only do wild beasts appear, it isn't uncommon for magic beasts to suddenly spawn either. Magic beasts are a threat to humanity, and a far greater danger than wild beasts are. It would be dangerous to go to the mountains without a serious mindset. Seeing the quiet children, Belgriff rubs his beard and laughs. As long as you know we aren't going there to play, that's fine. I'll try to let you go to the mountains as soon as I can. Really? When? Today. I won't be able to do it today or tomorrow. Well, I'm only going to take children that properly listen to me without fussing. Hearing that, the children act as if they're the most well-behaved children in the world. Umlaut. Going through the souvenirs she bought once more, Angeline packed her luggage as she hummed to herself. I wonder if Daddy will like this. Oh, maybe I'll give this one to Mr. Kerry. After subjugating the wyvern, Angeline continued to complete various requests one after another, until they were all taken care of once more, and was finally able to take another vacation. Later in the afternoon she has plans to ride on a stagecoach, and after following her itinerary for a planned 9 days, she would arrive at Tornella village. What should I do when I get home? First, I'll get Daddy to hug me and pet me lots. I'll tell him again but in person that I've become S rank, and he'll praise me, telling me that I did well. We'll eat together, sleep together, and yeah, I'll get a hit in on him this time. As more and more of those kinds of thoughts appear in Angeline's mind, her expression becomes slovenly and relaxed as she quickly packs things such as spare clothes, food, and souvenirs into her bag. Since the party leader will be taking a vacation, Miriam and Anessa have had less and less to do. The two of them are astounded as they stand there and watch this scene created by Angeline. They could never have imagined that the normally taciturn, refined Angeline could act like this. Swaying side to side slightly, Miriam quietly whispers to Anessa, "Just how much does she love her father? Yeah, it's kind of surprising. Right? So even Ange has this kind of a side to her. It hasn't even been a year since they had first partied up with Angeline. Before then, Angeline would always act independently. That too is another sign of how outstanding her ability is. After all, normally it's common sense for adventurers to create parties together before trying to rank up. Miriam and Anessa were initially from the same party, but due to a difference in opinions the two of them left. Just when they were stuck, not sure what to do from then on, they were asked by the guild to party with Angeline. It seems that in order to ensure a greater success chance in the completion of difficult requests, the guild decided that it would be a bad idea to continue to let Angeline act solo. At first the two took Angeline's silent nature as her preferring isolation, and as such, they would often act awkwardly around her. But in truth it wasn't that she disliked other people or was completely single-minded in her goals, and instead simply just didn't talk much. Eventually she opened her heart to them, and ever since then they have gotten along well as a party. However, it wasn't until very recently that they had discovered her abnormal love of her father. Of course, the two of them have been unable to interact with her as they normally do like this. Without caring a bit about that, Angeline continues to show more and more sides of her that they had never known before. Going home soon, I'm going to see Daddy soon. As if dancing, she walks around the room. Then, as if only just remembering about them, she looks towards her two party members. "You two really aren't going to come?" "We can't. The condition for your vacation was that the two of us stay and temporarily help out other parties after all." "That's right. Well, I do want to see what kind of person your father is though. I wanted to introduce you to Daddy, but I guess there's no helping that. Good luck with your work." As Angeline confidently gives them a thumbs up, the two sigh. It seems that whenever her father is brought up in some way, Angeline becomes a bit of an airhead. While she does act more friendly like that, her two party members are left with mixed feelings about it. And as the day passes, Angeline heads off to the stagecoach station and looks for a carriage headed north. Miriam and Anessa have come as well, to see her off. They have no work for today. It's amazing how there's always so many people here. Cough cough, the amount of dust is more amazing. You still can't find it, Ange? This place is too big, I don't know where it is. A single person, panicking, appears in front of the aimlessly wandering party after making their way through the crowd. A staff member from the guild. "Ah. Found you. Miss Angeline, there's been an incident." "Huh? What is it?" The guild employee had arrived gasping for air. Bent over 90 degrees, they managed to recover their breath and suddenly start rambling. "A Calamity-class magic beast has spawned in Astrino's town. Apparently the local adventurers are holding it off right now, but would you please go as their reinforcements?" Angeline raises her eyebrows. "Don't screw with me. I'm on my vacation right now. I'm just about to leave for Tornella Village to see Daddy." The guild employee gets down on their knees in front of Angeline as if begging. "Please. Somehow, please. People have died already. Please, do something. GNNNRRR. The lesser pats Angeline, biting her lip, on the shoulder. "I get how you feel, Ange, but if we don't go then Astrinos will be destroyed." "That's right, Ange. It's unfortunate but just this once, okay?" Angeline stands silently for a while, before eventually pushing the bag stuffed with souvenirs towards the guild employee. "Huh? What is? Hold on to it, what magic beast is it?" A swarm of giga ants, with a queen, but wait, that means dash. Foo, those damn bugs, I'll kill them all." Angeline violently roars out like a god of war. Umlaut. She mowed down all that stood in her way. No matter how many puny humans there were, it mattered not. All for the sake of the swarm, she would march on looking for an even better place to create a nest. The human town that blocked her path should not have even been an obstacle. Yet, just what is happening? The queen of the Giga Ants, the queen ant, trembles in fear of the monster before her. There had been plenty of humans that had challenged her until now. However, they had all been impertinent fools, opposing her despite their weakness. To her, they were nothing but nutrients serving themselves up on a silver platter for her colony. However, the human that now stands in front of her, butchering her brethren, is different from all of those other ones. That is no human. That is fear incarnate. Fear, taken on a distinct form, coming to kill her. The raven-haired reaper casually cuts up the queen's elite guards, ants that she had handpicked as the most powerful of them all. And then, the queen is caught by those black eyes. The sound of magic bursting can be heard in the distance. The reaper's comrades must be killing those of her brethren left in the outer areas. The black reaper approaches, one step after another. The queen falls into a half-crazed state from the fear. Shaking her gigantic body, she scatters acid all over. But not a single drop affects the reaper. Its swaying movements like that of some spectral being from the afterworld, it cleanly dodges every falling drop of acid, every leg swung at it. It's your fault, all because you came crawling out not thinking about what trouble you would cause me, damn ant. The reaper mutters something. The queen is now nothing but a ball of madness. Raising a cry of war, she flails her arms and legs around, desperate to shake off the fear that stands in front of her. Suddenly she feels something. Like something had passed through her body. She had already been cut in half. As her vision falls, without her knowing what had just occurred, without being able to regain consciousness, the queen ant perishes. That's for getting in my way, you only have yourself to blame. The reaper mutters something and walks away, as if it had lost all interest. Like that, the Giga ant swarm that would normally require several A-rank parties working together to subjugate, faced the bitter feeling of annihilation by a single infuriated black-haired girl and her comrades. Chapter 3. Following along the game trail in single file. Following along the game trail in single file, the group traverses the mountains. The group is led by a 14-year-old boy, followed by around 10 children of various ages. A bearded, red-haired older man follows at their rear. It's Belgriff. Yes, everyone, you do need to be careful of your footing, but make sure to also pay attention to the surroundings. Pete, what can you find from the front? The boy at the front, Pete, looks over his shoulder to Belgriff. It's all just forest. Don't just state the obvious, observe your surroundings more. And use all of your senses, not just your eyes. Knitting his eyebrows, Pete stares into the forest in front of the pack. I can hear running water. And I can smell something. It smells refreshing. Satisfied with that answer, Belgriff nods. That's the smell of anibamisery. It's a type of plant that only grows near clean water. That means there's a drinkable water source nearby. The children start chattering with each other in admiration. Okay, let's look for it. We'll be following that sound and smell. But remember, you can't just focus on those things. If you were to be too focused on searching for the water when a wild or magic beast jumps out, it would be no laughing matter, after all. Replying with an elongated yes, the children twitch their noses and strain their ears, searching for the water source. Watching this, Belgriff reminisces on the times he went into the mountains with Angeline. Angeline is the kind of person able to do anything after trying it once. She would remember all the types of medicinal herbs and other grasses, what kinds of plants grow and methods to find direction, how to erase her presence. How to search for the presence of others. Angeline would learn and master skills like those in no time at all. She is a bundle of raw talent. Her becoming S rank is evidence of this. The daughter of a pseudo-adventurer that had to quit when he had just gotten started, became an S rank. You could barely make a boring, hackneyed novel with that kind of premise. Am I jealous? Of my own daughter? Belgriff laughs, self-mockingly. If only I had my right leg. He stops himself, shaking his head to dispel his thoughts. Besides, had he not lost his leg and returned to Tornella, he would never have ended up finding Angeline. There's no use crying over spilt milk, Belgriff mutters, as if lecturing himself. At that moment, Pete calls out to Belgriff. Uncle Bell. I found it. The water. Oh, so you found it, huh? Returning to his senses, Belgriff confirms that no children have strayed away from the group, as he urges them onwards towards the water source. A clear stream runs at their destination. Anibamiseries grow densely along the stream bank, exuding a strong smell. Torrens grow from within the water, each with a single, small white flower blooming on the surface. If dried and infused, anibamiseries can be used for medicinal purposes. It can be effective medicine for illnesses affecting areas around the sinuses, chest, and trachea. Although Torren isn't very effective as a medicinal plant, their flowers' petals taste sweet when you chew on them. Belgriff tells the children to start gathering anibamiseries. The children gather them as they chew on Torren petals, being careful not to over-harvest them. Nobody wander off on your own, okay? Yes. We know. As enthusiastic in their response as ever. Geez, those kids, Belgriff thinks and shrugs his shoulders, smiling. The air is silent. And strangely cool as well. Is it because they're so close to the stream? Aside from the sound of running water, of leaves rustling in the wind, and of the children playing, Belgriff can hear nothing else. He silently closes his eyes, when suddenly he feels a strange presence. Belgriff stands up. Is everyone here? Hearing Belgriff's dead serious voice, the children turn to look at each other. Linus isn't here. As Pete says that, a scream rings out. You were Uncle Bell. 7-year-old Linus suddenly appears, running out from behind the thickets. A grey-pelted wolf jumps out behind him. A type of magic beast known as the Grey Hound. Clearly displaying its hostility and intent to kill, it is attempting to leap onto Linus. I was careless. Clicking his tongue at his own naivety, Belgriff dashes towards Linus. Rapidly pushing off the ground with his left leg over and over, he bounds over at a frightening speed. And while simultaneously grabbing Linus, he draws and swings his sword in one single motion. The Grey Hound is split in two, right down the middle. Belgriff immediately concentrates on his surroundings, searching for any other presences. It seems that was the only magic beast around. He is only able to relax for a single moment, as when he steps on a stone with his artificial leg to stop himself, because it is wet he slips and falls backwards in a grand manner, falling into the water. Uncle Bell. Linus. Are you okay? The children, panicking, rush to the stream bank next to the two of them. Since the water is shallow, the two wouldn't drown. But Belgriff ends up falling on his behind, and the two of them end up completely drenched. Linus, wailing, tears running down his face, clings on to Belgriff, refusing to let go. You look terrible, Linus. Belgriff smiles wryly and pats Linus. Umlaut. The covered carriage jolts. 4 days after the attack on Astrino's town by the Giga Ants, Angeline arrived back at the capital city, orphan, and once again packed her luggage and left for Tornella. For certain this time. She has taken a full-month vacation for this trip. The guild was very reluctant to let an S-rank adventurer go absent for an entire month, but they couldn't outright refuse her considering her contributions until now. While lamenting the lack of manpower and praying that no incidents appeared during that month, the guild approved of Angeline's request for a vacation. With the way she was acting, it seemed like if they hadn't approved of her vacation, she would have turned them into a pile of dust together with the whole building. Where she is now could easily be considered the country's borderlands. The middle of the countryside. As the wind blows, the long grass growing unmaintained by human hands sways. Though the summer sun slowly gets stronger every day, it isn't sweltering thanks to the cool breeze. A week has passed since leaving Orphan. Angeline has already passed through several towns and villages. If there was a stagecoach she could take to her next destination, she would take it, and if not, she would negotiate with a merchant headed in the same direction to take her as a temporary escort. The carriage she is currently riding on is that of a merchant she had met in the largest town in the area, Boulder. After stopping at one more small village, she would head to Tornella. After all, since the only available methods of transport are on foot or by horse, and on top of that, since Tornella is close to the border to elf territory in the far north, it takes a long time to get there. Factoring in the time the return trip would take, Angeline would likely only be able to stay in Tornella for around 3 or 4 days. But that doesn't matter to her, as long as she gets to see Belgriff again. In truth, had she taken a single horse and sped her way straight over there, she would have arrived sooner, but Angeline is not very skilled at horse riding. She would become scared as constantly being swayed around while the horse gallops at breakneck speed. Even the supposedly invincible S-rank adventurer has her weaknesses. Within her large amount of luggage she has stuffed various souvenirs. Plant seeds, cloth, books, and a mountain of long-life baked sweets. As she daydreams of herself enjoying them together with her father as they talk, she smiles from ear to ear. The short-cut blue-haired female merchant speaks out to Angeline with a friendly smile. "You seem in high spirits, miss." "Yes, I can finally go home." "I see, so you're going back to your hometown. It's busy being an adventurer, is it?" "It is. I had to keep on putting it off because of sudden requests, but I can finally see Daddy again." "Do you know him?" "The Red Ogre Belgriff." Return of Angeline's skewed paternal idolization. The merchant continues smiling as she drives the carriage. "Is he? I'm not well studied so I don't know them, but I'll keep the name in mind. He must be quite the strong adventurer." "Yes, I'm proud of him." "Remember him, okay?" "Belgriff, the Red Ogre." "Mr. Red Ogre Belgriff, is it?" "I won't forget it." It was not a name the merchant recognized, but, a merchant she is, she refrains from saying such and continues smiling. But if it's the name Angeline, the black-haired Valkyrie, then she's well aware of it. If such an S-rank adventurer is singing her praises about this man, then he must actually be a talented person currently in hiding, the merchant concluded. Eventually they exit the plains and enter a mountainous area. Though there is a highway, because people rarely use it, the road is rough and the carriage shakes. In fear of flipping the carriage over, the merchant goes slower. The rough road makes it hurt to sit down. Thinking that it would be better to just walk, Angeline jumps off the carriage and walks alongside it. It's only moving at a pace as fast as someone walking quickly. "Sorry about the rough road." "It's fine, not your fault." Suddenly feeling as if she is being watched, Angeline quickly surveys her surroundings. She senses people hiding in the shadows of the mountains, rocks and the trees. Not magic beasts. "Hey, is there a village around here?" "No, there isn't." "They are definitely highwaymen." Their gazes give off clear malice. Angeline had not heard of any bandits' den in this area, but they may have just settled in recently. Otherwise they may be wandering bandits with no home base. Angeline agilely jumps back onto the carriage and whispers to the merchant. "Robbers are watching us." "Ha. SHH. Calm down, I'm here so it'll be fine. Pretend you haven't noticed them and keep going." As Angeline speaks she places a hand on the hilt of her sword. The merchant, still frightened, does as she's told and continues driving the carriage. That said, the rough road makes it hard to go faster. Suddenly the sound of something slicing through the air can be heard. Drawing her sword into a swing, Angeline knocks away the arrow that comes flying towards them. The merchant quietly screams and quickly makes the sign of the cross. "O King of Gods Vienna, please grant unto me your protection." It would have been fine if they had just silently watched us and not attacked. Grimacing, Angeline jumps off the carriage once more. She has previously accepted requests to suppress criminal organizations and robber gangs, so this would not be her first time killing a human, but that doesn't mean that she enjoys it. And so she instead yells out to them. "Hey! Are you doing this, knowing that I am the black-haired Valkyrie Angeline, daughter of the Red Ogre Belgriff? If you don't want to die then run far away, you bastards." But their only response is more arrows. Knocking them all down, she yells out once more. "That won't work on me." And then, silence. It seems they have given up. With a harumph, Angeline returns her sword to its scabbard. And then a distressed voice yells out, "Help! Help!" from where the robbers lay. Surprised, Angeline looks over in that direction. Though she can't see them, they sound like a child. Were they kidnapped? Angeline hesitates. She is so close to Tornella. Of course she doesn't want to get involved with any trouble now. But there's no way that Belgriff would be happy if she were to ignore it and continue to Tornella village. He probably wouldn't even praise her. Angeline bites her lip. She'll quickly deal with it and get back on the road. A bit of a detour is nothing. She'll get it all over within a flash and head straight to Tornella. "Wait here." "Ha dash." Okay." Leaving the merchant behind, Angeline dashes forward, running towards where the bandits hide with amazing speed. Seeing Angeline suddenly appear in front of them, the bandits confusedly panic. From the looks of things, the bandits have bound a girl around 15 years old and were in the middle of gagging her when Angeline arrived. The girl struggles greatly. She is wearing fine, gorgeous clothes. Likely a noble. Angeline draws her sword at the robbers. "If you don't want to die, leave the girl and run away." The robbers are flustered, but realizing that Angeline's aim is the girl they had captured, one of them quickly points a knife at the girl. "Hey! I don't get what you're doing, but if you try anything funny the girl dash. But his head flies mid-sentence. None of the robbers understand what happened. Where his head was there is just a fountain of blood now. I'm in a bad mood right now. Having moved in an instant next to where the robber that had taken the girl hostage stood, Angeline carries the dumbfounded girl with one arm and moves, swaying in a way that brings to mind a phantom in its otherworldliness. I don't care anymore, you people who would even try the patience of Vienna, you will regret underestimating me, Angeline. You could not even call what happened from then on a battle. The only fitting term for it would be a one-sided massacre. The 20 or so robbers were overwhelmed, not able to do anything in response. The pile of corpses left there a mere minute later speaks for itself as to how devastating her attack was. After just succeeding in capturing a noble girl, their greed got the best of them when they saw the perfect target, a merchant with only a single bodyguard. Though because they underestimated Angeline they failed. After all, their prey turned out to be a monster. Angeline sighs, fed up, despite having just defeated the robbers easily with overwhelming power. I really don't like this. I really hate having to kill people. Shaking the blood off her sword, Angeline returns it to its sheath. After that she removes the hostage girl's gag and bindings. Are you okay? Cough. Thank you very much. The girl looks bitterly at the rope marks left on her wrists. She is quite beautiful. Her platinum blonde hair is slightly dirty but still glossy, and her skin isn't the least bit tanned. How did you get captured by them? Well, the girl's name is apparently Seelen. She says she is the daughter of the Lord of Boulder, and as she was going around to inspect the surrounding area, she heard word that her father had fallen ill and was on death's bed. As she was rushing on horseback back to Boulder, she was attacked by the highwayman. It seems the problem was the fact that she only took a few guards with her, as she chose to ride on horseback instead of a slower carriage. After being ambushed, her guards were wiped out and she was captured, unable to resist. How disgraceful. Now that this has happened, even though I rushed back, I cannot see my father anyway. Seelen clenches her fists. She spills no tears, but inside she without doubt is filled with anger and sadness. You wanted to see your dad. Yes, but now I can do so no longer. I have no horse, and even if I were to rush back to Boulder on foot, it would take at least 4 days. This is just what fate has decided for me. Seelen smiles, trying to pretend she is fine with this. Irritated, Angeline grabs Seelen's arm and pulls her to her feet. Seelen's blue eyes widen in surprise. Ash, excuse me, Lady Angeline. Are you fine with that? He's your daddy, isn't he? Don't just give up and blame it all on fate. Angeline picks Seelen up and quickly takes her back to where the merchant is waiting. As she suddenly jumps onto the carriage, the merchant jumps in surprise. Whoa, don't scare me like that. So what happened, miss? Where are the robbers? Eliminated. I'll pay for all the merchandise you were planning to sell as well as labor fees. You won't regret it, so can we please go back the way we came? Why, what happened? The merchant alternates between looking at Angeline and Seelen. Seelen's mouth is gaping as she is still unable to understand what is happening. Angeline, holding Seelen close, speaks. This girl wants to see her sick father, please. I understand. You will reimburse me in full for this, right? Yes. Sighing, the merchant turns the carriage around. She heads back down the path, slightly faster than she did because of the rough road before. Angeline droops her shoulders. If they were to head all the way back to Boulder, then she wouldn't be able to make it to Tornella. She again wouldn't be able to see Belgriff. Though Belgriff would almost surely have not been happy had she come, abandoning Seelen. Seelen is crying. The girl that acted resolute, holding back her emotions, is now crying in Angeline's arms. Angeline sighs. I'm sorry, Daddy. But next time I'll definitely see you. The carriage continues down the mountain road. Chapter 4. Just when summer starts to reach its peak. Just when summer starts to reach its peak, a very, very long letter comes from Angeline. As if she tried to write everything she was unable to write until now all in one single letter. Belgriff takes his time reading through the entire letter, then slowly reads through it from start to finish once more. Maybe I should have taught her how to write as well. The letter is full of spelling mistakes, and you couldn't call her handwriting good by a long stretch. But it's a letter overflowing with everything she felt. She's really trying her hardest. Belgriff finds himself laughing, reading about her 3 failed attempts to come home, but after remembering how distressed he was as well when Angeline didn't come home, he grimaces slightly. He also starts to feel slightly sad, reading how easily she was able to defeat the Wyvern and the Gigant swarm. After all, with that kind of strength the majority of what he had taught her would barely be useful to her anymore. But regardless, he should still send a reply back, he decides. Belgriff slowly, carefully, writes his reply. Because he didn't want to make her feel homesick, though also because her letters until now had all been brief, Belgriff had refrained from writing any letters to her. But after receiving a letter this long he couldn't not send a carefully written letter back. He writes down things such as what has happened in the village recently, his own thoughts and opinions, and words of encouragement. Once Belgriff completes the letter he seals it and stretches greatly. Then he stands up and heads outside. It's already night time. Though the starlight illuminates his surroundings, it's still dark. In his backyard there grows a tree, and from that tree's branches numerous blocks of wood hang by ropes. Their numbers easily surpass 30. Belgriff steps into the middle of them all and, pulling out his still-sheathed sword, he gently hits one of the hanging blocks of wood. The block swings away, but then comes swinging back, pulled by the rope it hangs from. Belgriff continues to hit more and more blocks of wood. The blocks swing away, then swing back directly towards Belgriff. He would then dodge, block, or parry each one as it comes. Because it's too dark, there's no way Belgriff could only be relying on his eyesight to do this, but yet he continues to avoid every single one of the blocks of wood, all coming at him in irregular intervals. He would even deal with the blocks that suddenly change course due to hitting other blocks of wood. Eventually the blocks slow down, their swinging gets shorter, and they stop. I've gotten rusty. Belgriff strokes the one place on his shoulder he got hit by a block of wood at. I can't have Ange laughing at me. Belgriff once again hits the blocks of wood. Practice swinging his sword has now become a daily routine for him, but focusing solely on training again like this reminds him of back when he had first become an adventurer. The next day he grimaces, paying the price of getting too worked up by his muscles aching as he heads out to the field. Damn, I really have gotten rusty. But he does feel relief at the fact that it was only the very next day that he felt his muscles ache. After all, he had been laughing with the other farmers of his age about how their muscles only starting to ache 2 days afterwards is a sign of them aging. That means his body must still be healthy. I need to get my instincts back. For that I'll need a real battle. Even though he has already passed his prime at over 40 years old, he still searches for stimulation like a youngster. Has he been inspired by Angeline's actions, despite his age? Belgriff wonders and strokes his beard. As he wipes the sweat off his brow and works the field, Burns comes up to him. Mr. Bell, Dad's calling for you. Kerry is. Dragged by Burns over to where Kerry is, he finds Kerry sitting with a serious look on his face. Sitting next to him is the priest, Maurice, as well as several of the village woodcutters. What's happening? Why the gathering? See, Bell, it seems some magic beast has appeared in the nearby forest. He had thought the same back when he had gone to the mountains with the children several days ago, but it feels like magic beasts have been appearing more frequently lately. He has stopped going to the mountains with the children since then, but it seems the magic beasts have finally made it to areas closer to the village. Belgriff furrows his brows. It seems the woodcutters were the ones to encounter it. At that time they managed to chase it off since it was just one beast against several axe-wielding men, but now they're hesitant to go back to the forest. You know how we're rebuilding the church for the autumn festival, and also building a school soon. Cause of that we need wood, but like this we can't get any work done. Hey, Bell, we really feel sorry for always pushing all the work onto you. But we just can't deal with a. Belgriff stops them from speaking. No need to say any more. What did that magic beast look like? It was a grey wolf. We only saw one, but it might be part of a pack, we thought. Belgriff nods and looks towards Father Maurice. Father Maurice, can I ask you to set up some warding talismans just in case? I'd like it if everyone helped you in magic-proofing areas around the village as well. I understand. Father Maurice quietly nods. Hey, Bell. You'll really be okay alone. We've some men if you need them, even if they ain't well versed in battle. Yeah, and we're used to working in the forest too. The woodcutters propose as such, but Belgriff laughs and politely turns them down. It would be a different story if they were adventurers that could cover his back, but if he ended up having to protect the non-combative woodsman himself, then that could instead be even more dangerous. It's fine. Please just concentrate on protecting the village. And also, Belgriff grins. I've just been thinking about how I need some exercise. Seeing the face of the adventurer Belgriff, one they are not used to, makes the group gulp instinctively. Belgriff, after returning home, changes out of his farming clothes into ones easier to move in. He grabs his sword and straps a bag full of various tools onto his belt. Now, let's go. Leaving his house, he walks towards the forest. Tornella village is placed on the east side of the mountain. A dense forest lays at the base of the mountain and stretches up to partway up it. To the east of Tornella stretches a flat land, with trees dotting the land, but yet so sparsely placed that it couldn't be called a forest. Entering the forest, the atmosphere is strangely cool. Even more so than the time Belgriff had taken the children to the mountains last. This is undoubtedly strange as it's currently the middle of summer. While imagining the magic beast, Belgriff proceeds into the forest, keenly aware of his surroundings. Then when he starts to feel more and more presences around him, he sees it standing on a ledge above him. A wolf-type magic beast with silver fur and wrapped in cold air, an ice hound. Just as I thought, you come from up north, fella. Belgriff draws his sword. The ice hound is a C-rank magic beast. Its appearance is that of a giant silver wolf, it constantly emits a cold aura, and it is able to use breath attacks. It is dangerous on a whole different level to the E-rank magic beasts that usually appear around here. The magic beasts born as greyhounds were likely attracted to the mana emitted by the ice hound, Belgriff hypothesized. Lesser magic beasts tend to gather around stronger ones, and it isn't rare for them to eventually form a larger colony. The ice hound howls. Then the presences that surround Belgriff charge at him. The pack of greyhounds jump at Belgriff from within the trees. Belgriff bends over and first slices through one of the closer wolves, then pivoting on his artificial leg, he takes down another behind him. He then leaps, using his left leg. Even after losing his leg and having to use an artificial one, he continued to train. Now he is able to use that artificial leg that feels no pain to its fullest, doing things that he could not with only a flesh and blood leg. The way he controls his body is in no way inferior to someone with all of their limbs intact. Belgriff moves around smoothly, defeating all of the greyhounds in no time at all. Then he glares up at the ice hound. You sure seem composed, sitting and watching from above like that. The ice hound howls out once more. It seems it has identified Belgriff as an enemy that needs to be killed and not just prey now. Rushing like an avalanche down a mountain, it jumps down from its ledge. Its icy aura flares out, rushing at Belgriff like a harsh north wind. Frost forms on the ground and the bark of the trees. Grrr, the ice hound barks, and with it sends out a strong breath attack. Belgriff easily dodges it. The ice hound used the breath to hide, it seems, as it jumps out of the breath towards Belgriff. Its sharp claws and fangs glitter as if made from ice. As if he had predicted that as well, Belgriff moves out of the way, and as the two pass each other, Belgriff throws a small ball he pulled out of his tool bag. As the ice hound's mouth is open since its plan was to bite onto Belgriff, it unintentionally swallows the ball. The ice hound starts coughing violently. The ball was a pill made by mixing items with strong tastes such as chili pepper and onion. I see, so this still works even on C ranks. Belgriff mutters as if he was just testing it. After losing his leg, Belgriff continued working as an adventurer, though in a different area to combat. In other words, he worked with knowledge. As he continued rehabilitation with his artificial leg, he thoroughly researched large numbers documents and encyclopedias on magic beasts, as well as records on previous battles with them. He would also repeatedly simulate various countermeasures against them, the most optimal ways to fight each one, and how best to defeat them within his head. Information on the ice hound is also stored in his head. He had also fought against them multiple times since returning to Tornella village. Though this would be his first time testing this pill on one of them outside of his simulations. I guess this isn't really the time to be messing around. Belgriff was just in the middle of unconsciously wondering what he should test next, scouring through his tool bag, when he remembers that underestimating your opponent like that is the worst mistake you could make. He shakes his head lightly. The ice hound, infuriated, charges at Belgriff. It seems that its throat is shot so it can't use its breath anymore, but despite that it continues to charge at Belgriff. As expected of a C rank, you could say. However, against Belgriff, charging in a straight line like that won't work. You're too hot-headed. And yet you call yourself an ice hound. Simply twisting his body out of the way, the charge barely misses Belgriff, but in that instance he raises his sword and swings it down. His sword glints and easily cuts off the ice hound's head. The ice hound's body continues moving without losing momentum, hits a tree, and falls to the ground. Its aura of cold air that originated from its mana disperses, and a temperature more fitting to summer descends on the scene. The frost that covered the entire area before starts melting all at once, and Belgriff frowns as his body suddenly starts getting hotter. It feels like my body's all out of whack. Belgriff senses no more magic beasts in the area. After defeating the ice hound, no more magic beasts would likely come to attack him anyhow. Belgriff decides that while he has the opportunity he should take their furs, and pulls out a skinning knife. The ice hound has a silver beautiful pelt. If he gave it to a village girl that's about to marry someone, they would probably be very grateful. He really must have been inspired by his daughter's actions, Belgriff thinks to himself and smiles wryly. Achoo. What is it? Did you catch a cold, Millie? No, that shop's cooling magic air conditioner works way too well. It was so cold. The difference in temperature is striking, it's probably not good for my health. Angeline's party of 3 walk down the road in downtown Orphan, complaining about the slightly too effective cooling magic air conditioner of a new restaurant that they went to. In the end, after rescuing Celine, Angeline escorted her back to Boulder and returned to the capital. Celine managed to make it back to see her father while he was still alive, and unable to truly express her gratitude, she planned to prepare a grand thank you for Angeline, but Angeline declined her leaving with just a good feast. With the few days she had left, she wouldn't have had enough time to go to Tornella and back. So instead she returned to the capital and spent the rest of her time single-mindedly writing the letter. Though until now, whenever she had tried to write a letter because there was just too much she had wanted to write, they would always end up conversely brief, but this time she had decided to write down everything she wanted to say. Like that, she fell into a constant cycle of writing, erasing, writing some more, then erasing more for close to an entire week before completing it. By that time her vacation was already basically over. Now she is busy being pushed into completing difficult request after difficult request once more. Until yesterday she was out at the port city to the west, Elbron, to subjugate the Kraken, a giant squid magic beast. Tomorrow she has to start heading out to the east. She's truly constantly pressured with work, having to travel all over. Though she doesn't have much choice, as all her requests are ones that lower-ranked adventurers wouldn't be able to handle. But regardless, she has the entire day off today. Of course she wouldn't be able to go see Belgriff during that time, but she does still enjoy spending time with her good friends and party members, Milliam and Anessa. But still, I barely get any time to spend the money I earn, not that I have anything to spend it on. Anessa says as she sighs. Milliam laughs. Then let's spend tons today. There's actually this sweets shop that I've been wanting to go to as well. There's no way we can spend it all on sweets. Ange, what do you want to do? I want sweets too. Okay, that makes it 2-1. Let's go. Milliam happily drags the two along. The sweets shop lies inside a huge building situated on the main street. It seems like it was built only recently, as the shop is really clean. You buy the sweets by placing the ones you want onto a tray and going to the checkout. You can then eat them at seats inside the shop or just outside. In front of the huge assortments of varied sweets, Angeline and Milliam's eyes shine. Though Anessa stands a step behind the two, not showing enthusiasm, it's clear that she doesn't dislike sweets either, as she visibly gulps. Wow, they look so beautiful. I bet they're really delicious. Millie, it looks like we have no choice but to conquer this entire shop. Okay. Let's do our best. Don't overdo it, you two. Angeline and Milliam systematically pile one of every sweet onto their trays. While still keeping up her disinterested charade, Anessa picks out a few sweets that catch her eye. Even if they are S or AAA rankers, they're still young girls after all. After paying a very large sum of money, the shopkeeper's face twitching after seeing the mountains of sweets they picked out, the three pick out a table to sit at. Maybe we bought too much. Blinking, Milliam once more looks at the mountain of sweets they bought. Angeline shakes her head. It will be fine, let's ask for tea. Ordering some floral tea, they immediately dig into their sweets. Milliam and Angeline's face go slack in ecstasy. MNN, delicious. It's great, Anne, could you pass me some of that? No, this is mine, but I'm surprised you two can eat that much when we had just had lunch. Vanessa says, shocked, and Angeline and Milliam tilt their heads confused. Sweets go to a different stomach though, right? Isn't that right, Ange? That's normal for any lady. About to retort saying no, that's definitely strange, Vanessa stops herself and just sighs. But when she tries some of her own sweets she finds them delicious. Seeing her start to become engrossed in the sweets, more delicious than she had imagined, Angeline and Milliam grin. Angeline mutters something, biting into a honey-covered sweet. Delicious, I wish I could share some with Daddy. Ah, that was quite unfortunate, wasn't it, your last vacation? You couldn't go home in the end, right? Yes, and I don't know when I'll be able to take my next vacation. There are no constants in the world, after all. Chew. Angeline looks on sadly as she stuffs her cheeks with more sweets. Anessa and Milliam look at each other and smile bitterly. Anessa speaks out, trying to console Angeline. But the girl you saved turned out to be Count Boulder's daughter, right? Who's Count Boulder? Huh. He's a really powerful lord, even Tornello is part of his land. It's amazing that you've managed to gain favorable ties with such an influential aristocrat in the north. I don't care about that though, but I'm glad Celan got to see her dad. I see. Vanessa's face blushes slightly, embarrassed at saying something so cold and calculating without thinking. Though it isn't wrong for an adventurer to be thinking along such lines. But Angeline quickly swallows down the sweets she was chewing on with some floral tea. I'll definitely make it home next time. As long as I keep on completing tasks at this pace, the guild shouldn't be able to refuse my next request for a long-term vacation. Foo, Anne, Millie, you two should come with me next time. Vanessa shakes her head, watching Angeline laugh dubiously. You should really think about our feelings as well though, although I'm fine with it. Nfufu, I'll be able to travel all around and eat delicious things, so no complaints from me. In order to get another vacation, Angeline has been accepting every single request that comes and completing them all. She completes them at speeds multiple times that of other adventurers. Angeline's plan is that as long as she continues to rack up her achievements, it would be increasingly harder for the guild to reject her request for another vacation. The gold that is normally the reason adventurers do requests in the first place comes pouring in as a byproduct of working in this fashion. Her equipment is already good enough for her to not need any new ones either. She continues to waste money between requests like today at the sweets shop, but more comes flooding in faster than she can use it. Vanessa mutters something, suddenly coming up with an idea. If we have no use for it, it might be a good idea to donate some to the orphanage. Yeah, that's right. Sister will be delighted. Milliam agrees. Having not heard of the subject before, Angeline tilts her head in confusion. Orphanage? Vanessa lightly scratches her cheek with a wry smile. Ah, well, we were brought up in a church's orphanage. Sister was like a mother to us. That's why we don't have fathers. Right. And we became adventurers after becoming desperate from a lack of money, didn't we? That's right. The first party we joined was full of people from the orphanage as well. Sister was really against it though. Vanessa chuckles, and Milliam laughs before snacking on some more sweets. Angeline narrows her eyes, thinking about how she had never known that about them. She realizes that, thinking about it, she doesn't know a whole lot about her two partners. And about how she hasn't talked about herself much to them either. I was abandoned and found by Daddy in the mountain. Oh. Whoa, what's that about? Tell me more. Vanessa and Milliam lean in, eager to hear more. Okay, I'll tell them all about me today. About the village, about Daddy, about myself. And then I'll hear all about them. About what they were like when they were young. About the orphanage. About Sister. And I'll order another floral tea. Chapter 5. The height of summer slowly passes. The height of summer slowly passes, and the beginning of autumn makes itself present. Since eliminating the ice hound, Belgriff had wandered around the forest and mountains several times, defeating several more grey hounds. Since it didn't seem like there were any more magic beasts drawn by the ice hound's mana left, the woodcutters returned to work as usual. cutting down trees and moving them to the village, sawing the logs, building on the church in preparation for the autumn festival, and starting work on the school to be built next to the church. The church plans to earnestly focus on educating the children. As autumn approaches, the plants of the mountain begin to bear fruit in abundance. Since he has already made sure there are no more magic beasts prowling around, Belgriff once again starts taking the children up the mountain to gather mountain grapes, mushrooms, akebi, rock cowberries, and other wild plants. Although this mushroom looks a lot like this other one here, look, if you tear it open there are these black spots inside. That means this one is poisonous. Don't eat it, okay? Uncle Bell, what about this one? That mushroom's colors make it look poisonous, but it's actually really delicious. Now, everyone, take a very small bite out of this poisonous one, and make sure to remember its taste. Absolutely do not swallow it, okay? Once your taste is attuned to recognizing it, you'll be able to avoid being fed it. Yes. It's really good, even though it's supposed to be poisonous. Yeah, it's great. Remember not to swallow any. We know. With their baskets overflowing with items, the group descend the mountain in high spirits. They don't end up drenched in sweat from wandering the mountain like they would have in the height of summer anymore. Of course they would still sweat enough for their clothes to stick to their skin though, but the wind makes it feel cool and refreshing. After returning to the village, the children rush back to their houses carrying their harvests. After all, they want to be praised and feel proud of themselves in front of their families. Belgriff sees off the cheerful children smiling. Now, off to the field. Returning home, Belgriff changes into his work clothes and goes out to the field in his backyard. The field is covered with fertilely growing sweet potato vines. Although the summer vegetables aren't growing as fast now compared to before, they are still bearing fruit. He weeds the ground and digs up the sweet potatoes to remove their sprouts before reburying them. After seeing that the turnips and leaf vegetable seeds he had planted have sprouted, he feels relieved. The land here has become really fertile now as well. Year after year, Belgriff has slowly been expanding his field. The part he is working on now he had started on 3 years ago. In the beginning the soil was hard, and any sprouts that did manage to grow would be eaten by bugs almost immediately, but his perseverance and thorough care paid off, so now even here he can freely grow good quality produce. Checking over the entire field and working on whatever needs to be done, Belgriff eats some rock cowberries he had picked in the mountains. As he eats them he is reminded of Angeline. She likes these, after all, and the capital likely only has them as processed foods. Rock cowberry is sweet, sour, and delicious, but it goes off fairly quickly. Since there's no rock cowberry to harvest in the vicinity of Orphan, they're only sold jammed, preserved in sugar, or dried. The villagers in Tornella make those kinds of processed rock cowberry foods as well, but Angeline liked them best freshly picked. Her happy expression as she ate them would make Belgriff happy as well. When will she come home? He rarely thought such nowadays, as it has already been 5 years since she left. No, to be precise, he did think of it, but had always suppressed his thoughts about it. But since Angeline had been recently expressing her desire to go home, Belgriff is unable to not think about it. He's lonely. I'm too much of a doting parent, aren't I, even if I do say so myself? Smiling wryly as he plays with his beard, a sudden vigorous voice from the front of the house yells out, "Excuse me." Surprised, Belgriff suddenly stands up. It's an unfamiliar voice to Belgriff. They sound feminine. As Belgriff heads to the front, confused and wondering who it is, he sees a single girl wearing clothes made from good quality cloth and standing proudly. She seems around 17 or 18 in age. Her platinum blonde hair is tied back in a chignon. Her face is pretty and she seems like a noble. Though contrary to that, she wears a sword on her waist. She is 1 head shorter than Belgriff. Though Belgriff is a fairly tall man, so she could be said to be very tall for a girl. Though he is flustered at suddenly being visited by someone he has never seen before, Belgriff maintains a calm attitude and greets her. "Hello, who might you be?" The girl relaxes her previously straight back, trying to act more friendly. "Though visiting without any prior notification may be considered bad manners, I wish for your forgiveness. Am I correct in assuming that this is the abode of Sir Red Ogre Belgriff?" "Red Ogre? Well, yes, I'm Belgriff, but..." Belgriff is left confused about her saying something he doesn't understand, a strange nickname. But he knows that she has come to him for a reason. The girl raises her voice in admiration. I see, with that magnificent red hair you possess, the nickname of Red Ogre perfectly fits you. Are you misunderstanding something? Ha! A great number of people from this village recognize the name of Belgriff, however. Well, as far as I know, I'm the only Belgriff in this village, but Red Ogre. He has no recollection of such a name. Just who would have called him something like that? Belgriff is left puzzled. The girl shows an expression of curiosity. Well, I have heard that Sir Belgriff is the father of the S-rank adventurer, the black-haired Valkyrie Lady Angeline, so. Belgriff blankly stands, mouth agape. Oh, well, yes, Angeline is my daughter. Belgriff starts to speak less confidently mid-sentence. His daughter is an S-rank adventurer. That should be a matter he should be proud of, but at the same time it just sounds like a second-rate lie, and doesn't feel like it would be real. He thinks that it would be embarrassing if he straight out said so. But the girl replies with "I thought so." Satisfied, she nods to herself. It feels like their stories don't quite mesh together, but thinking about it, just who is the girl in front of him? Belgriff opens his mouth to speak. Well, so who are you? The girl suddenly puts her hand to her mouth as if just remembering. For me to be so discourteous as to forget to introduce myself. I apologize for making you wait. I am known as the second daughter of Count Boulder, Sasha Boulder. Belgriff is taken aback after hearing this. He hurriedly lowers his head. For the daughter of the Lord to come here, although I did not know, I have been greatly impolite to you. No. Please raise your head. Lady Angeline is a great benefactor to the Boulder household. You are the same as the father of such a person. I see. Well, we shouldn't just stay standing out here, so. Belgriff, still bewildered, leads Sasha inside. He makes herbal tea and serves her a plate of things such as rock cowberry, grapes, and a kebby. You do not need to do so much for me, I am already very grateful. No, please go ahead and have some. Sasha bows her head in a friendly manner. Despite being the daughter of an aristocrat, she is awfully humble, Belgriff thinks to himself. He also has not heard anything about Angeline being the benefactor of the Boulder household. Just what did she do? Watching Sasha deliciously snack on the rock cowberries, Belgriff speaks. So on what business have you come here, Lady Sasha? Sasha suddenly raises her head, as if she was completely absorbed in the rock cowberries before, and forgot about everything else. Blushing, she coughs once to try to cover it up and keep up appearances. Then she once more lowers her head. Sir Belgriff, your daughter, Lady Angeline, saved my little sister Siren Boulder from robbers, and then escorted her to our father, Count Boulder, as he lay sick and bedridden. I cannot express my gratitude for this enough. Bedridden, is Count Boulder okay? Sasha smiles, though with a tinge of sadness. He has left on a journey to the King of Gods, Vienna's side, after seeing Siren and being left with no regrets. I see. May he be blessed with Vienna's divine protection. Thank you. The two make the sign of the cross. Sasha nods and continues. At the time I was unfortunately out to subjugate a magic beast, and so I was unable to meet Lady Angeline in person. However, when she was offered a reward she declined, and said that if we really wanted to reward her, we should instead give it to you, her father, Sir Belgriff. I see. So when she wrote in her letter about saving a girl from bandits and escorting her to her father, it was the daughter of Count Boulder. Belgriff thought that she should have written something as important as that in the letter as well, but of course he doesn't dislike the fact that his daughter performed such a meritorious deed in the slightest. He smiles slightly. Sasha takes out a small bag from her breast pocket and sits it on the table. The clinking of coins can be heard from inside. In here are 100 gold coins. 100. Though we feel ashamed that we are only able to repay you by this much, since the house is currently in a panic. Sasha ashamedly casts down her eyes. With just 1 gold coin the villagers of Tornella could live freely for an entire year. Belgriff hurriedly returns the bag. There's no need to be so ashamed. I would instead receive divine punishment if I were to accept this much. What are you saying? 100 gold coins for Siren's life is instead too cheap a payment. If you do not accept it, this will leave a stain on the honor of the Boulder house. They continue this back and forth for a short while before finally Belgriff accepts the coins, overwhelmed by Sasha's pressuring. He doesn't have the slightest idea as to what he would use 100 gold coins for. It would be a different story if this were the capital, but here in the totally remote village of Tornella, aside from the merchants that come, the village is for the most part self-sufficient. Almost all trade that occurs here is made by bartering goods. There are many villagers that have never even seen a gold coin before. Though he did end up taking them, Belgriff has decided that since it is Angeline's reward, he will keep them and give them to Angeline when she finally comes home. Until then he will not use a single one of them. Not that there would be any reason to though. He expected that Sasha would go home after handing the reward over, but she instead leans over as if the actual talk begins now. I have heard that Sir Belgriff, you taught Lady Angeline her swordsmanship and the fundamentals of adventuring. Yes, that's right, though that was when she was still young. Although I am embarrassed to admit it, I am actually an adventurer, though an insignificant one. As I am still but a lowly AA rank, I am embarrassed to ask, but though Belgriff thinks to himself that as the majority of adventurers spend their entire life stuck at C rank or B rank, there's no reason to be embarrassed about it, but Belgriff laughs, and doesn't think too deeply about it. She must be a girl with high aspirations. Sasha fidgets around a bit before eventually staring directly at Belgriff, as if she has mustered up her resolve for something. Belgriff reflexively straightens his back suddenly in response to her sharp gaze. Sir Belgriff. Yes. I am extremely aware of how brazen a request this may be, however I, Sasha Boulder, ask that Sir Edoga Belgriff please teach me your sword skills. I wish to ask you for a match to learn from. Sasha bows deeply. Belgriff hesitates slightly, but it seems that she just wants to spar with him. If it's just that much then it should be fine. It would be good exercise. But just who was it that called him Red Ogre? Belgriff smiles wryly. I don't believe I'm good enough to be teaching others, but if you're fine with it then I will. Sasha suddenly raises her head, her expression beaming. I thank you. Let's go outside then. Belgriff leads Sasha outside. The weather is good. The sun is currently setting in the west, and the shadows are greatly elongated. Sasha places her hands on the scabbard and handle of the sword at her waist. Seeing her posture, Belgriff lets out his breath in admiration. It's a beautiful stance with no useless movements. She is someone that can be considered skilled. How interesting. Belgriff similarly places his hands on his sword's scabbard and handle. The two face each other, glaring at each other for a while, as if trying to measure the distance between them. Sasha slowly, carefully, sidles closer, but Belgriff does nothing. He only slightly sways from side to side. Sweat runs down her forehead. Eventually it builds up into a droplet, and the moment it runs down her face and drips off her chin, she makes her move. Sasha breathes out sharply. With her brilliant footwork Sasha closes in on Belgriff in a flash. But watching every single minute move she makes, Belgriff is able to respond, suddenly swinging his sword. Since he didn't remove it from its scabbard, the metallic sound of swords clashing didn't ring out. But the clash does send out a strong, sharp sound. Realizing that her first attack has been parried, Sasha immediately moves in for her second attack. But Belgriff easily blocks that one with the minimum amount of movement necessary as well. Then she attacks a third time, a fourth time. How many times have they clashed weapons now? A skilled person's swordsmanship can look like a dance. As if they're telling the other person how to move, they run, leap, jump, moving around everywhere as they swing their swords at each other. Sasha's sword is fast, but Belgriff's is fast and heavy. For every attack of his that Sasha blocks, her face distorts in response to the heaviness. On top of that, Belgriff's footwork sometimes becomes more unorthodox, possibly due to his false leg, catching Sasha off guard. Eventually Sasha falls to her knees from the fatigue and Belgriff's sword thrusts at the base of her neck. Her breathing strained, Sasha puts her hand up to indicate her surrender. It is my loss. Phew, I apologize for the crude swordsmanship I showed. Belgriff retracts his sword, smiling. Though Belgriff is also breathing heavily, it isn't as much as Sasha, whose breathing is as if her body is covered in wounds. But regardless, Sasha's ability is enough for Belgriff to have lost, had he let his guard down. Through something like the obstinacy of an aged person, Belgriff stands acting as if he is unaffected, but in truth his heart is still beating hard, and he felt he was only barely able to win. Belgriff goes inside, scoops up a cup of water, and brings it out to Sasha. Belgriff hands the cup over to her, still on her knees, but having recovered her breath. Sasha drinks all the water in one go, takes a deep breath, and looks up at Belgriff. Thank you very much, your skill is truly superb as expected of Lady Angeline's father and teacher. You are just as splendid yourself, Lady Sasha. I truly admire your skills. It would have been dangerous for me if I had let my guard down. Phew, you are just being modest. I was hoping to at least get a single strike in, however I am now ashamed of my own foolish thoughts. I am unknowledgeable, and as such have not heard anything of it. However, Sir Belgriff, you must have been a well-renowned adventurer during your active days. Belgriff sees her admiration-filled eyes. It feels as if they're saying that he must have been an S rank as well. Troubled in betraying her expectations, Belgriff frowns. No, I was an E rank. As you can see, when I had first started out adventuring I lost my leg. After that I retired from adventuring. Ever since then I have lived secluded here in Tornella. As he talks he puts on display his right artificial leg. Sasha gulps, her eyes wide. She must be disappointed, Belgriff thinks. Though that would be better than her constantly over-evaluating him as someone special. She may not like having lost to a former E rank, but given a year she will have become stronger. It would be good if she could use this as inspiration. But completely contrary to Belgriff's thoughts, Sasha's eyes shine and she grabs his hands. Her face is flushed. What a touching story. What? Even with an artificial leg you were able to become so strong. Just how much did you train? And even after building up that strength you chose not to show yourself to the world and continued to protect Tornella village all this time, did you? And then, after all that time, you were able to nurture an S-rank adventurer with your own hands. You did not pursue fame and instead focused solely on training the next generation and constantly striving for the development of this small village. I, Sasha Boulder, feel as if I have just been shown a deep revelation. No, well, this will serve as a good tale on my travels. I must also increase my outlook on life and not just pursue my own fame, mustn't I? Sir Belgriff, though this may be audacious of me to say, I wish to also respect you as my teacher. Hey, Lady Sasha. Could you listen to? I sincerely apologize for a novice like myself to have taken up your time, Master. Someday I shall return to polish up on my swordsmanship once more. Still holding Belgriff's hands she shakes them vigorously, then says now I shall take my leave. And quickly leaves. She comes and goes as suddenly as a storm. For a period of time Belgriff stays standing there, blank-faced, wondering what just happened. The sky is dyed orange by the sunset, and his shadow grows longer still. Burns walks over, speaking out to him. Mr. Bell, Dad says he wants to eat dinner with. What are you doing? I might have just had a waking dream. Seeing Belgriff spacing out, Burns tilts and scratches his head. Chapter 6. In front of the counter. In front of the counter, still cracked like before, Angeline stands, frowning. You don't have any requests? The receptionist smiles, though looking troubled. That's correct. We currently do not have any requests that we could ask an S-rank party like you, Miss Angeline and Co. All our requests for now can be handled by at most A-rank adventurers. Of course there's no rule that S-rankers aren't allowed to accept such requests, but making sure that labor is divided between the adventurers as evenly as possible is also part of the guild's job. And considering how much work Angeline's party has done until now, at this point there isn't much need for them to go back and do lower-ranked work. Is there anything like a caravan heading in the direction of Tornella needing guards? Those are not the kinds of requests that S-rank adventurers should be handling, and so. Then can I take a vacation for a month? No, that's a bit too much. We don't know when something might happen, after all. TCH. Angeline, having already decided to go home no matter the cost, smiles bitterly towards the receptionist. Regardless, it seems like she's free for the day, though not free enough to be able to take a long-term vacation. In that case she might as well just go out and play with Anessa and Milliam. As she turns around to leave she looks over at the cracked counter and narrows her eyes. When are you going to fix that? I'll pay for the repairs. The receptionist laughs impishly. Well, you see, the guildmaster decided to leave it as it is, as a piece of the legend of the Black-Haired Valkyrie, Miss Angeline. I see. Are you trying to low-key harass me, you bastard? Angeline thinks to herself, but if it's just that then it's nothing to her. Angeline goes over to where Anessa and Milliam are waiting in the lobby. Oh, how was it? Were there any good requests? No, they said they don't have any requests for S ranks. So we have the day off. The two make a face as if they're thinking, oh, our schedule is suddenly open, huh? Yeah, what should we do? I'm going to go back home and change for now. Since they expected to immediately go out on a request, they're dressed up as adventurers. They don't exactly enjoy walking around town in light armor. Anessa nods. You're right. Then let's meet up at the usual pub. Yeah, later. Angeline separates from the group and goes back to her room. She has been renting a single room of a small boarding house in the corner of downtown Orphan to stay at. Considering her income, she should be able to live in a more respectable residence, but it seems that Angeline doesn't have that sort of desire, and says that a room small enough to be able to reach everything easily is a lot more calming for her. Angeline changes her clothes and sits down on her bed. You can clearly see that it's autumn by looking out the window. The roadside trees are dyed red, and the sun can't be called harsh. Flopping down onto her bed, she once again reads through the long letter she received from Belgrave a while ago. Whenever she reads it, she smiles, unable to suppress her happiness. She carefully folds the letter before placing it in a drawer, then flops back down onto the bed and stares at the ceiling, thinking to herself about how she wants to eat rock cowberries. Back when she still lived in Tornella, she always looked forward to eating them in the autumn. When Belgrave started taking her into the mountain with him, she would immediately go out searching for rock cowberries. Even now she can remember where all the spots they grow are on the mountain. Since coming to the capital, she has had sugar preserved and dried rock cowberries, but they just don't have the impactful sweet sour taste of freshly picked ones. She gets lost in her thoughts, thinking about things like how when she would beg him, Belgrave would feed her rock cowberries directly, though while smiling wryly. I want to go home. When she is left with nothing to do, her homesickness strikes heavier than usual. Angeline lays on the bed for a while, staring at the ceiling until she remembers that Anessa and Milliam are waiting for her. She gets up. Just when will I be able to see Daddy again? Sighing, Angeline leaves her room. The main street is crowded. Orphan houses a great population. Though this can be partially attributed to how important a center of trade it is, there are also a large number of adventurers. The number of people that come and go from the towns surrounding Orphan cannot be compared to Orphan itself. When Angeline had first come here to the capital, she was overwhelmed by the number of people around. Though it can be difficult to walk through the crowd, the pub isn't that far away. Even though it's still the middle of the day, the pub is full of people. But since Anessa and Milliam have already grabbed seats, Angeline is able to easily take a seat with them. You look really unhappy, Ange. Milliam cackles. Angeline irritatedly drinks her water. I don't need a tiny holiday like this. Hey, we finally get a holiday, so don't be like that. Looking troubled, Anessa scratches her cheek. Angeline shakes her head as if disappointed in Anessa's reply. A holiday is what it's called when I get to go home and get pampered by Daddy. What are you talking about? You want to be pampered? I can pamper you. I'll hug you, so come over here. Grinning, Milliam spreads her arms wide towards Angeline. Angeline pouts. As if someone like you could be a substitute for Daddy, Millie. If you think you can act motherly just because you've got big boobs, you're sorely mistaken. Barn, you're so bitter, Angie. Milliam slumps backwards onto the back of the chair, mumbling and complaining to herself. Because of her loose robe it's hard to tell, but apparently she's concealing a pretty splendid chest underneath it. The three order what they want from the menu and banter about random topics to pass the time. However, they are adventurers. The conversation naturally turns towards talking about magic beasts. It feels like the magic beasts have been really active lately. I think so too. I don't think they used to attack towns or anything as much as they do now. Almost all of the requests brought to Angeline's party of late have been for subjugating magic beasts that have appeared near towns. And there have also been cases where the magic beast has already attacked the town, and the party needs to go to save it. Such occurrences wouldn't have happened that often not long ago. It used to be that high-ranked magic beasts would mainly live only in remote areas, and so high-rank adventurers would receive requests to go out there to obtain the materials or defeat them, so that humans can settle into the area. There are also cases in which a magic beast might have a bounty on its head, and in the past high-rank adventurers would make a living mainly off hunting them, it seems. But now high-rank magic beasts spawn even near human settlements. That's why Angeline and her party have had increasingly more and more work lately. As long as the high-ranked magic beasts stay in remote areas or the depths of dungeons, S-rank adventurers should be able to freely go out and hunt them at their own pace, without needing to be constantly stationed at the guild waiting for an outbreak. Grumpy as usual, Angeline stuffs herself with her favorite duck meat sauté. Gay shrugged Josh stay nish and queeked far wag, *CHEW***CHEW***. Swallow your food before talking. *chew CHEW****GULP***. They should just stay nice and quite far away from here, going out of the way to come all the way over to where people are living. How annoying. Well, you could say that's what's keeping our wallets fat though. Even so, they're still doing it too much. Maybe the thing about the return of the Demon Lord was true. Milliam says as she licks some yogurt sauce off her lips. The Demon Lord, Anessa speaks out with her chin resting on her hands. It might not really be a true story, but it is true that the magic beasts have stimulated by something. Demon Lords, there were a lot, right? You mean Solomon's 72 Demon Lords, right? That's if the legends are true, though. According to legend, a long time ago there existed a great sorcerer named Solomon. He was well versed in every kind of magic and alchemy there was. Solomon created several artificial life forms, known as homunculi, and using them as his hands and feet he stood above the rest of the continent. However, in his final years he was overcome with madness and disappeared into the end of space-time. The homunculi, left behind with their master gone, rampaged around. They are what is known as Demon Lords. The Demon Lords rampaged all over, completely destroying everything around them. In the end, almost all of Solomon's precious research papers and the objects he built were lost. You could say that Solomon had destroyed all that he created. It is said that the Demon Lords were sealed by the hero blessed by the goddess Vienna, and now lay in an everlasting sleep, all in different corners of the world. The legend says that the mana emitted by the Demon Lords is what made the magic beasts start spawning. Well, it's just a legend, so we don't really know if it's true or not. But it's true that there are places with lots of mana. You're right. And there are small shrines all over the place to appease the souls of the Demon Lords too. It's said that there were, in all, 72 Demon Lords. Shrines sit all across the continent to worship the Demon Lords, though they are at most to keep the Demon Lords' souls resting in peace, and not used for demonstrating faith to them like you would a god. From that topic they move on to about how apparently the heretic cult that worship the Demon Lords and their creator, Solomon, have been rather active lately. With all these bad things happening at once, it really seems like when it rains it really does pour, They're trying to revive the Demon Lords, right? Seems so. They're also annoying. Angeline nods, agreeing to Anessa's annoyedly made statement. If a Demon Lord is revived, then our work will increase. I won't get to take a holiday off. No, I don't think that's the real problem. Fufu, though it feels like if it's you, Ange, you'd be able to beat up a Demon Lord or two. There's no reason I can't win. I'm the black-haired Valkyrie Angeline, daughter of the Red Ogre Belgriff after all. Angeline and Milliam start making a ruckus in high spirits. Thinking that Angeline might actually be able to win even if a Demon Lord was revived, a shiver travels up Anessa's spine. At that time a guild employee bursts into the pub. Good, you really were here. Furrowing her brow, Angeline looks at the guild employee. What is it? An earth dragon appeared in the plains near Orcs. I'm sorry for disturbing you on your day off, but could you go out there and deal with it? The party of three meet eyes and wryly smile. This isn't the time to be chattering about Demon Lords or whatever. Chapter 7. The village of Tornella is in a rush to prepare for winter. The village of Tornella is in a rush to prepare for winter. When it comes time to harvest the chestnuts and walnuts, the persimmons, apples, and pears and so forth planted around the village, they would hold back more on snacking on them, and instead dry or boil them to preserve them. They could also make apple cider. The rock cowberries and mountain grapes gathered from the mountain by Belgriff, with a few helpers, are dried and stored away. Several of the more aged goats and sheep are slaughtered to make jerky or salted meat. Fish fished from the river are dried or smoked. The potatoes are dug up and stored. Legumes are harvested and dried. In preparation for planting more seeds, the wheat fields are plowed. Firewood is prepared and distributed to every house. After getting through the necessary preparations for these jobs, an autumn festival is held in the space in front of the village church. Father Maurice shouts out in a loud voice. Hey, could you lower it a bit? It'll hit the entrance like that. No, not like that. If it's tilted like that it'll hit the side. Hey, be more careful. A Vienna idol is being carried from the church's main hall to the open space. Since the stone statue is bulky and heavy and without the help of several men couldn't be moved, yet the church entrance is small, every year there's a huge panic making sure it doesn't hit anything. Though the statue itself rarely gets damaged, there have been times when the doorway's wooden frame was bent or broken because of it. And this year Maurice is more nervous than ever, since they had just finished the church's restoration after all. Every time the workers slant the statue, raise it, lower it, Father Maurice would yell out hysterically, sending the spectating villagers into laughter. Belgrif, too, laughs while watching this scene. Several years ago, in his 30s, he had also held the responsibility of carrying the statue out, but now it's the job of the younger generation. Belgrif is now also one of the people with heavy responsibility and standing within the village. Leaving aside the jobs he volunteers in doing, he isn't given any heavy labor jobs like this anymore. The reasoning for this is apparently that the energetic youngsters need somewhere to demonstrate their strength, and if the older generation steps in too much before the youth are eventually left responsible for the village, then the systems built up would fall into disarray from inexperience. Though despite that, aside from jobs like these, Belgrif and the older generation still do work on jobs together with the youth often. The statue was, after much trouble, finally carried outside, though not before hitting the entrance several times. The milky white statue shines brightly, reflecting the mid-autumn sun. Likely since Father Maurice diligently polishes it every day. The season has come again this year, hasn't it, Kerry? Yeah, time sure flies. We were able to stock up on plenty this year. Being able to not worry about the winter and just enjoy ourselves is really relaxing, ha ha ha. Kerry laughs, his large belly swaying around. The winter is a harsh season for northerners. Over half of every day is overcast with heavy clouds, the winds are freezing, and if it's snowing, then it's a trial to go outside. But as long as they've properly prepared for it, the winter can also be a fun season. If there are family members they've been unable to talk to due to spending too much time laboring, they can take it easy and spend time with them, and the stars of a clear night sky can shine brighter and more beautifully than they would in the summer. If it snows, the children would forget about the cold and go out excited even with only light clothing on. That's why everyone spends this time in autumn working their hardest to prepare for winter. A large bear-like man walks over. He has a chiseled face and a bunch of some white stuff stuck in his hair. The large man, looking over the space, laughs heartily. This year's preparations are going good as ever. Hey, Chief. Is there something you need me to do? In reply to Belgrif, the village chief, Hoffman, laughs even greater. Gahahaha, hey now, Bell. When you get to your age, all you need to do is sit back and watch over the young uns. If you step in too much, the kids'll never grow up, will they? You're right, but I'm bored. At your age and you're still restless. That's no good, is it? If you're bored, then spend your time having fun. Hoffman laughs, patting Belgrif on the back. Belgrif smiles wryly and plays with his beard, realizing that it might actually be a bit childish to be restless when you have nothing to do. Hoffman is the son of the former village chief who passed away 2 years ago, and is 8 years older than Belgrif. Despite being almost 50, he hasn't shown any signs of becoming weaker. He is blessed with a great physique, and with his overly honest and open personality, he is loved by the people of the village. The only ones to not look at Belgrif in scorn and instead treat him properly after he first returned to the village were really just Kerry and Hoffman. Belgrif still feels grateful to Hoffman for that. Hey, Kerry. A caravan came into town, where should we guide them? What? They've sure come early this year. They usually come late in the afternoon. Though the festival space is still full of people working, so wait a bit, I'll get a space opened up real quick. On the day of Tornella's autumn festival, caravans and peddlers and wandering entertainers gather here, coming from all over the country. There are some that just love having fun at festivals, but most of them come to barter with various goods, having heard of Tornella's quality supplies. The villagers look forward to listening to the peddlers' travel stories and the vagrants' tales, songs, and dances. Hoffman heads for the village entrance, and Kerry gives orders to the younger people, making the area less crowded so the merchants have space to set up their stalls. The statue of the King of the Gods, Vienna, somehow still in one piece, is carried out of the church and placed on top of a solid pedestal. The children decorate its surroundings with flowers, and fruits and goat meat are offered up to it. With nothing to do, Belgrif goes on a walk, patrolling the village perimeter while he's at it. Even if the village is having a festival, that doesn't mean that magic or wild beasts can't wander in. But since defeating the Ice Hound, the surroundings have been the very definition of peaceful. So even if you call it patrolling, the air hasn't been very tense lately, and Belgriff can't bring himself to really be tense either. But despite that, he continues to properly stay attentive to the surroundings as he circles the village. When he returns to the festival space, he finds that a caravan has already arrived, currently in the middle of unloading their goods and setting up the tents for their stalls, and some of the faster working merchants are already advertising their goods to the villagers. The vagrants and minstrels play music to kill time, and the children stare at curious items from foreign countries with stars in their eyes. Even though preparations aren't yet complete, the village is already filled with a festive atmosphere. No matter how old you get, you still can't help but love these, Belgriff thinks to himself, smiling. Belgriff calls out to some nearby merchants, chatting with them and offering them some rock cowberries and mountain grapes. Merchants tend to try to pick up information on adventurers' exploits and general worldly knowledge. And there are currently a lot of them all around the area. They might know something about Angeline. Ah, you mean the black-haired Valkyrie, right? She's like the guardian deity of everywhere close to Orphan. Thanks to her, I can relax whenever I head anywhere around there. She's a real blessing. But still, a party with just 3 young girls in it's really rare. And yet, despite that, they're impressive enough to be able to be considered one of the best adventurer parties, not just in the Orphan area, but possibly within the entire country. Dornella, Orphan, and Boulder, as well as the areas around them, are all part of the Grand Duchy of Estgal. Because of how large its territory is, it is split up into multiple smaller territories, and those are then enforced to and governed by each region's lords, such as Count Boulder. The land of Estgal, governed directly by the Duke, is located south of Orphan. And that Estgal Grand Duchy is part of the Rhodesia Empire, which is located in the northwestern corner of the continent. Belgriff is satisfied, knowing that his daughter's reputation is favorable. Most adventurers are wanderers and people with rough dispositions. And since fights to the death are a daily occurrence for them, they have a tendency to put their own profit before all else. Due to acting like such so frequently, the amount of adventurers labeled as things like ruffians aren't few. If you're able to become S-ranked, then you shouldn't have to worry about that, but regardless, Belgriff still wants to know the public opinion of his daughter. He doesn't constantly bring up his daughter to brag, however. A bit of him doesn't want another Sasha incident, after all. It would be a bit troubling if people kept on making a big fuss out of it in front of him as well. As he is watching over the festival area and sipping on some wine, a blue-haired female merchant rushes over to him. Good day. Good day to you too. What is it? I happened to overhear your conversation, and could you possibly be Mr. Red Ogre Belgriff? Belgriff's mouth gapes open. There it is again. Red Ogre. Well, yes, I am Belgriff. The merchant girl suddenly smiles broadly. I knew it. I thought so, since you were talking about Miss Angeline just before, and because you've got splendid red hair. Your daughter fended off some robbers for me when I was about to be attacked by them. Belgriff is surprised. Angeline's name sure appears in unexpected places a lot. Just when he's about to ask her to tell him more, the people around the village entrance start getting rowdy. Something like the clanking of metal armor can be heard, and it sounds like that sound is heading straight for the festival area. As Belgriff looks over there, he sees a group of men clad in full-body light armor, seemingly escorting a 2-horse carriage as it approaches. Those that have gathered in the festival area exchange glances in bewilderment. Hey, that's Count Boulder's family crest in it. What's the Lord want here? A sudden strong bad feeling hits Belgriff as he watches the now stopped carriage. From inside steps out a woman, looking only barely older than 20. Possibly due to the fact that she's traveling, she is wearing a light dress. Her platinum blonde hair is done up in a French braid, and her facial features give off the feeling of someone with a determined spirit, giving off a neatly arranged beauty. Belgriff has the feeling he has seen her somewhere before. If it's someone from the Boulder house, then. As Belgriff's bad premonition slowly bloats up larger and larger, the woman awkwardly, and a bit abashedly, glances around the area. She then calls out in a dignified voice. I am very sorry for surprising you all. I am currently looking for someone. The people exchange glances again. Who could she be looking for? The village chief, Hoffman, panikedly steps forward and bows his head. The village chief, Hoffman. May I take it that year of the Boulder house? I apologize for my belated introduction. I am known as Helvetica Boulder. As my father has passed away as of a few days prior, I have been officially appointed as the new count. Hoffman hurriedly drops to his knees. Even if I didn't realize you're the new lord, for me too. Helvetica quickly runs over and gets Hoffman to stand back up. No, please do not be so formal. I am not very fond of the idea of displaying my authority after all. Helvetica speaks gently, with a friendly smile on her face. However, her demeanor is full of grace, with an atmosphere as if carelessly speaking out to her would not be forgiven. I see, so this is what makes a lord, Belgriff thinks. Hoffman meekly watches Helvetica, before nervously speaking up. It's a real honor for the Lord to have come in person to our humble village, however we've nobody who's been sheltering sinners here. The woman vacantly opens her mouth, then suddenly begins giggling. There is no need to worry about that. I did not come here to catch any criminals. I have come here as I wish to meet for myself this man known as Sir Ed Ogre Belgriff. You came for Bell. The villagers' gazes converge on Belgriff. And there's that red ogre again. Belgriff uncomfortably shrinks back. The blue-haired merchant lets out a woo of admiration. Likely singling Belgriff out due to everyone staring at him, Helvetica smartly walks over to him, and with stars in her eyes takes his hand. You are Sir Belgriff, correct? Yes. I am extremely grateful to your daughter for saving my youngest sister. Oh, well, thanks. Belgriff gives up and makes a troubled laugh. He can feel his phantom pains start acting up again. Helvetica smiles. The story of the three Boulder sisters is famous in the area. Despite being only 15, the youngest daughter, Celan, has already begun to show talent concerning internal administration, and the middle daughter, Sasha, is a person of great valor, thought to be able to eventually, without doubt, rise up to S rank. Then there's the eldest daughter, Helvetica. Accomplished both in literature and military arts, as well as being a charismatic individual, she is an excelling woman said to eventually be granted her own territory as a countess, even without having to marry a man and take him into her family. And that Helvetica is currently right in front of him, holding his hand and smiling at him. What else can he do but give a strained smile? But Belgriff senses, behind that friendly smile of Helvetica's, a sharp gaze like that of someone hunting their prey. There's no way she would have come all the way here just to greet him. She slowly looks Belgriff over from head to toe, and smiles brightly. Your body seems well trained. I have heard that your swordsmanship is quite marvelous as well. Well, that is, thank you. Belgriff feels somehow completely overwhelmed by this woman, a head shorter than him. Admiring this in a strange way, he starts to wonder whether those of great talent are naturally able to engulf a person, just by staring face to face with them. Helvetica narrows her eyes. I have come here today to ask a favor of you. I see. I will say it straightforth. We would greatly appreciate it if you were to come serve under us of the Boulder house. So it really was like that. Belgriff slumps over, drained. Sasha likely told Helvetica some exaggerated story about Belgriff, the man who defeated her. But still, he didn't expect the head of the family to come herself, in person. Regardless, he has no plans to do anything of the sort. It's too heavy a burden for him. Smiling wryly, Belgriff silently shakes his head. I sincerely apologize, but I have no plans of leaving Tornella. I'm already turning 42, and my body isn't getting any healthier. I don't believe I would be of much help now. What nonsense are you spouting? Sasha is, despite how she acts, peerless in her swordsmanship within the Boulder area. I very much wish for you, who was able to easily defeat her, to become my own. It wasn't easily is what he would like to say, but the real problem isn't with that. No, possibly due to my adventurer past, I have never been very good with courtly formalities. I am humbled that you would go out of your way to find me, however I must refuse. Could you please? No. If there is anything you desire that is within our power, I will put word in. Even so. I'm begging you, please become mine. I sincerely apologize, but... After continuing this back and forth for a while, Helvetica acutely frowns, frustrated. I see, it seems like you have a rock-hard head to suit your rock-hard body. I was born with it, and for that I apologize. Helvetica smiles. It seems she's finally given up, Belgriff thinks to himself, exhaling in relief when. Then I shall have to take you by force. I'm counting on you, everyone. As Helvetica gives the order, the lightly armored group standing behind her surround Belgriff. It seems like they're Helvetica's guards. Since it seems they only plan to capture him, they don't show any intent to draw their weapons. Surprised, the spectators move a distance away. Belgriff stands there dumbfounded while the guards slowly approach him, until he starts to think of the situation as strangely comical, and begins laughing greatly. Including of course the guards currently surrounding him, the crowd watching as well as Helvetica are all taken aback by Belgriff's laughing. She's just a kid. Even if she's the new lord, or if she's praised as a genius, she's still just a girl only around 20 years old, Belgriff realizes and laughs to himself. In that case I should just act like an adult. Belgriff swiftly dodges the guards that come jumping at him. They all end up crashing into each other and making a fuss. Belgriff fixes his posture and changes stance. Don't you think you're a bit too old to be playing tag? Belgriff dodges, parries, and throws the charging guards, dealing with them with an elegance that you couldn't imagine came from someone using a peg leg. And after almost a whole hour has passed, the guards all end up totally exhausted and unable to move. Belgriff recovers his breath, also slightly harsher after the workout, and faces Helvetica. She stands there, mouth half gaping, as if she can't believe what just happened in front of her. Anyway, as I told you before, I have no plans to accept your offer and serve you. Helvetica hangs her head, crestfallen. It is my complete loss then, it seems. It seems like she has actually given up this time. Belgriff, relieved, slumps over. But in the next moment he feels something soft against his arm. When Belgriff looks over, surprised, he sees Helvetica clinging to his arm. Since it has come down to this, it looks like I have no choice but to become yours, Sir Belgriff. Ha! Although I may still be inexperienced, please take good care of me. Helvetica's face turns red, as if she were embarrassed. Her voluminous chest touching his arm, felt through the fabric of her dress, is extremely soft. Belgriff stops thinking, his eyes darting around confusedly as the situation takes a turn for the completely unexpected. The spectators are making a riot. Ha! What? Hey Mr. Bell, are you gonna end up marrying into the Boulder house? Whoa, you're a real gold digger. Nah, that's wrong. The Lords Tryant are marry into Bell's family. The autumn festival's gonna turn into a marriage festival. What a surprise. Hey, bring the drinks. Where's Father Maurice? At that time, the clopping of hooves can be heard as several people riding on horses barge in. The surprised crowd hurriedly run out of the way. Atop the horse that has stopped in front of Belgriff sits a girl wearing glasses. The girl smoothly jumps off her horse. She is the third daughter of the Boulder house, Seelen Boulder herself. Helvetica. Just what are you planning on doing, coming out here? Seelen angrily approaches Helvetica, who laughs slightly stiltedly. Seelen, I was only planning on inviting Sir B-. You were planning on taking him by force, weren't you? She was spot on. Helvetica, laughing awkwardly, squeezes against Belgriff as if to deceive her into thinking that was a misunderstanding. Seeing her act like that, Seelen pouts her lips and drags Helvetica away from Belgriff by the scruff of her neck. Lock her in the carriage. Wah dash. Men who seem like Seelen's guards push Helvetica into the carriage. You can barely tell which of the two's the older sister like this. Seelen turns around to face Belgriff and bows her head sharply. I sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused, Sir Belgriff, correct? Ha! Finally returning to his senses and seeing Seelen bowing her head in front of him, Belgriff hurriedly bows back. Seelen knits her eyebrows, looking apologetic. My name is Seelen Boulder. My life was previously saved by your daughter, Lady Angeline, who also helped me to see my father in the last moments of his life. A dictionary would not hold enough words to truly demonstrate my gratitude. Yet, despite that, please, Sir Belgriff, forgive my sister for her rudeness. No, I wasn't bothered at all by it, so don't worry about that. I thank you for that. Normally my sister would be someone worthy of respect, but she has something of an obsession with people of talent. When she hears rumors of people of excellence with no affiliation, she would immediately rush out to see them. She's like a child wanting a new toy. Belgriff smiles awkwardly. Seelen continues. Although thanks to that development of the territory has sped up, there have been a couple of cases where she has forcibly taken people that refused with her. Helvetica. Are you properly reflecting on your actions? Yes, I am. I won't do it anymore, so please just let me out, Seelen. No, you are not getting out. This time I definitely will not let you off until we get back home. For you to have done something like that to our benefactor's father, seriously. Belgriff tries to calm the furious Seelan down. Now, I really wasn't bothered by it so well, although it is true that I would be grateful if she didn't do it again. I am very sorry for having you be so considerate of us now, everyone. We are in the way here, so let us head back home. Seelan gives her orders out clearly and sets off back to Boulder. Belgriff hesitates, deliberating about what to do before consulting with Hoffman. Afterwards, he calls out to Seelan, currently mounting her horse. You will have to camp overnight mid-journey if you start heading back now. Seelan turns around to face him. Yes, but we have no choice. We were the ones who came here of our own accord, after all. Tonight is the village's autumn festival. If you'd like, why not join us in it? Seelan touches her glasses, surprised. But if the Lord were to participate in our festival, it would raise the value of our village. Isn't that right, Chief? In reply, Hoffman speaks out in an energetic voice. Yes, that's right. It's not exactly the most elegant place, but we'd love for you to attend. The crowd starts hollering that the chief is the real inelegant one. Hoffman raises his eyebrows and shouts out. Shut up, you gits. Oh, sorry about that. Hoffman shrinks away and hides behind Belgriff. Seelan giggles and nimbly dismounts from her horse. Then, may I take you up on that offer? With one condition. Please let Lady Helvetica out of the carriage. Seelan widens her eyes in surprise, but then gives up and shakes her head before turning to the carriage and gesturing something with her hands. The door opens and Helvetica gets out and then immediately rushes over. Sir Belgriff, you have truly saved me, thank you. No, it wasn't anything as grand as that. How benevolent. I really do think you should come with. Helvetica. That was just a joke, Seelan. Good grief, the next time you do it I really will lock you in the carriage, okay? Seelan puffs up her cheeks while leading the horse away. Helvetica secretly whispers into Belgriff's ear. She is usually a lot more gentle. Belgriff laughs. Below the starry sky, the sweet sisters of the Boulder house mix with the crowd. It would be impossible for the autumn festival to not be full of energy. Winter is coming. Chapter 8. To the west of the city of Orphan. On the west side of the capital city of Orphan, large and small rocks are scattering round in a wasteland, while a great number of complicated geometric patterns drifted in the sky. Immediately after, an intense lightning bolt strikes the ground, hitting the black demonic spiders of the vicinity. I still have more. Every time Miriam shakes her cane with a light movement, various geometric patterns appeared in the sky, and numerous lightning bolts strike the demons one after another. A few meters behind, Angeline and Anessa are looking at this scenario. Magic surely is convenient for this kind of extermination quests. That's true. But that Millie, does she feel stressed or something? Miriam's magical momentum is not as extraordinary as usual. Somehow, she seems upset. Perhaps her favorite sweets were sold out, said Angeline while smiling wryly. Actually, that might be the reason. How sad. Anessa gathers 3 arrows at the same time in a single and agile movement, and releases them. The arrows accurately hit right in between of the eyes of the demonic spiders that somehow managed to avoid the lightning bolts, and then they exploded. It seems that the arrows have an explosion enchantment engraved in them. Due to the power of the blast, Miriam's big and triangular hat is blown away. Oops, exclaimed Angeline while she rushes and catches the hat. A few moments later, all the demonic spiders who roamed in the wasteland have been exterminated. The expressions of the 3 girls are rather calm and refreshed, despite the fact that demonic spiders are AA rank magic beasts. Angeline grew. Ain, you must hurry and become an S rank adventurer. That way I can live more comfortably, says Angeline while stretching her arms. What are you talking about? Right then, Miriam reaches out to them. My hat got blown away. Now that the big hat is not covering her, a pair of cat ears can be seen swaying around on top of her head. Most people don't know this because the hat hides her ears, and the robe covers her tail, but Miriam is a beast man. Angeline handed the hat to Miriam, who caught up to them. Here. Thank you, Ainge, says happily Miriam while taking her hat from Angeline. After that, her body starts to shiver. It's getting cold. So winter has come already. Yeah, let's go back soon and have some mulled wine. The three people decide to go back to Orphan. On the way home, the clouds that cover the morning sky become darker, and soon enough, snow starts to fall. The wind rapidly turns colder due to the snow that mixed with it. Soon enough, the noses and ears of the three girls turn red, and their breaths become white. Because Orphan is located in the northern zone of the continent, its winters are cold. However, Angeline was raised in Tornella, which is also in the northern zone, so the cold they are experiencing now is not a real problem for her. Winter, the cold always numbs my hands, says Anessa mutters while blowing in her hands. The fingertips are vital when using a bow. Have you bought gloves or something? I am used to have my hands bare, so no, I haven't. Although I could use gloves without the tips on the fingers. I see then, as Ain can't work properly, I will return to the Tornella. It's perfect. Again saying that I told you already, the snowfalls will be so bad this time that we won't be able to travel north. But, I would also like to take a day off. I want to go to a hot spring. Although autumn is already behind them, and they enter a new holiday season, Angeline's party does not actually remember a time when they had at least a 3-day break. Regardless of how many of them are subjugated, it seemed that the movements of magic beasts were becoming more active, rather than calming down. Recently, even Angeline's party has been taking on request to subjugate A-rank magic beasts. Little by little the people, flustered by the increasing number of magic beasts, left the city of Orphan, which resulted in an insufficient number of adventurers. The lack of adventurers in the guilds is worrisome, muttered Angeline. Yes, I think so too. Agrees Anessa while nodding. I hope these B-rank requests help me increase my rank at least a little. Less than. Adventurers are leaving Orphan almost every day. Even the high ranks parties have left. It is really bad. Well, at least we have been busy with all these magic beasts. Yeah. Usually, calamity class magic beasts come with big rewards. But anyone would grow tired if they have to hunt them regularly. Right, because adventurers do not like to be tied to only one thing. I really have to think about that. In any case, the three return to the guild and report the completion of the subjugation request. The receptionist girl pushes the completion mark on the report. However, her smile and expression looked amazingly tired. All right, time to go to the tavern. I really want to drink some sweet mulled wine, said Miriam, while openly stretching her body. Please, you go first, said Angeline. What's wrong? Did something happen? Some small errands, I'll join you later. Although Anessa and Miriam feel curious about this, they leave the guild and go to the tavern. Hey, where's the guild master? Asked Angeline while turning to the receptionist girl. The receptionist was startled by the sudden question and the serious look on Angeline's face, and became a little flustered. Well, why? Is there a problem? Less than. There is no problem at all, but right now, I need to have a serious talk with the guild master. So, go ahead and call him. The receptionist seems rather lost at first, but she eventually goes into the door behind her. After a while, a middle-aged with brown hair that shows a few grey lines, comes out the same door while yawning and stretching his arms. His name is Lionel, and he is the guildmaster of the city of Orphan. Lionel has carefree expression and is scratching his head leisurely, as he always does. So you decided not to run away this time, guildmaster, says Angeline as she snorts at the man. Do you need something? If this is about your vacations you must a little longer, Ms. Ainge. It is not about that, not today. Adventurers are scarce nowadays. Generally, it is uncommon for high-ranking adventurers to take on low-rankings request, but now, they've been almost forced to do it. Adventurers should not be tied by anything. Whether they accept a request or not, it must be a decision they take with their own free will. I think that is the reason many adventurers have left Orphan. No, well, right now disaster class magic beasts are appearing left and right. If we allowed adventurers to refuse a request on their own free will, the death toll of the general population will increase, as well as the number of villages that will disappear, replies Lionel, while he scratches his cheek, just like a child that is being scolded. So, you want us to investigate the reason why the magic beasts are increasing in number and deal with it. It is almost as if you wanted us tied to this situation forever. No, I am sorry you feel that way. I'm actually really thankful for all your help. But at the time of promotion test for rank A, adventurers are explained that to deal with high-rank disaster-grade magic beasts, some measures must be taken. Well, for a while, there we didn't have problems with disaster-class magic beasts, the city was calm, but in this situation, it cannot be helped, so, please, keep working hard. People with power have bigger obligations than others. If you're not doing anything about our current condition, then I have every right to complain. That's why we increased the request's fees, as well as including a fixed salary for adventurers. I'm sure we have never done this before, at least not when I was an adventurer. This is not about money, yells Angeline, interrupting Lionel's comment. I didn't become an adventurer to kill magic beasts every day of my life. You can't keep taking advantage of us. If you don't do something about this, adventurers will keep leaving orphan every day. Do you understand? Well, I am of the same opinion. Exploring and traveling is also part of the adventurer's job, but the situation with the magic beasts is something we simply can't ignore. This city and the neighboring towns can't allow to turn a blind eye to these problems and let the adventurers roam freely. That's why I had to ask all adventurers to work like this, and frankly, that's the reason this old man is exhausted. Angeline lifted her eyebrow. Do not feign ignorance, Guild Master. Just because you are tired doesn't give you the right to be negligent. If the guild doesn't have enough people, you can always hire some armed mercenaries and have them work as temporary adventurers, or you can ask the retired adventurers to come back for a period of time. You can even ask the guilds from Istoga, Isutagaru, to send someone if there are not enough people in Orphan. There's also the possibility of asking the Lord to move the army. This is no longer an issue only for adventurers. Lion bent his mouth with a bad feeling. Well, if I did all that, this old man might end up dying, and I'm only 39. You force us to work like crazy, and you dare to say that. You don't have to risk your life in the front line, you should at least work a little harder, so the adventurers do not have to leave this place. At that moment, Angeline hits the counter with her fist, making the deep crack that was already there even deeper. The receptionist got startled because of this and stepped back while screaming, "Hi. Okay, I get it. It is impossible to do it immediately because there are a lot of procedures I must do first, but I will do something," says Lionel as if giving up. It is a promise then, Guild Master. If nothing is done, sooner or later the number of death will surely increase. If push comes to shove, I will take action myself. I was an S-rank adventurer after all. Seeing Lionel acting so confident, Angeline draws a mocking smile on her face. That's an amazing thing to say, seeing that I have defeated you with just one hit. Gar. You promised you would never talk about that, Ms. Ainge. Ah. That was not true, of course. Because the guildmaster is the strongest person in the guild. After hearing that, the receptionist girl couldn't hide the awkward expression on her face. That's because, a couple of years back, Lionel decided to challenge Angeline, a really promising adventurer who climbed the ranks with a surprising speed. I'm gonna teach her a small lesson to that show-off, thought Lionel at first. However, this ended up backfiring on him, as Angeline defeated him with a single to the head. Later, Lionel asked Angeline to keep that match a secret, because all his dignity as the guildmaster might have disappeared otherwise. However, everyone in the guild thinks that the guildmaster never had any kind of dignity, although no one ever said it out loud. His carefree attitude has always been one of his strengths as well as his weakness. After taking the word of the guild master, Angeline leaves the guild and starts walking to the tavern, with her anger still showing in the stiffness of her shoulders. Outside, the snowfall has intensified, the clouds are thick and extremely dark. Although there's still some before the dusk, the streetlights are being lit. Despite the fact that the tavern is rather small, there's a considerable number of people inside, probably enjoying the warmth of the place. The fireplace shines red while a group of drunkards is making a fuss around it, and it seems a pleasant breeze is blowing from one of the windows. Mulled wine, please, with plenty of spices. Also, a sautéed duck breast as always, says Angeline as she sits next to the two people on the counter seats. Although the bar owner is attending the rest of the clients, he looks at Angeline and nods. She is quite familiar with the owner. Although they've never spoken much because he is terribly silent and seems kind of unfriendly, Angeline doesn't even know his name yet. "Did you finish your errands?" asked Miriam as she gulped the cup with mulled wine. "I just gave my opinion regarding the problem with the number of magic beasts. Do you think it'll work out? Would they be able to regulate the high-ranking adventurers so they don't leave this city or flee to another guild?" says Anessa while passing on some cheese. They'll have to call in some retired adventurers like the old Silverhead or the Musclehead General. Don't call the poor Mr. Chebelga Musclehead General, but those people are already quite old. Is it really okay? Do you also think that, Ain? No, I honestly cannot imagine those people getting weaker because of their age. Right. Those retired people really are a mystery. Angeline tastes the mulled wine placed in front on her. It contains plenty of honey and spices. It is sweet, hot and fragrant, with such richness that makes you feel as if a fire has been lit within your body. The sautéed duck breast is also extremely appetizing and with a lovely aroma. Outside, the wind gradually grows stronger, eventually closing the window with a loud slam. Snow enters the establishment each time a customer opens the front door. It seems is going to be a particularly cold night. In nights like this, Angeline remembers how she used to sleep together with her father Belgriff when she lived back in Tornella. Every time that happened, her father was surprised at first because her hands and feet were stone cold, but then, he would smile wryly and let her stay with him. After having decided to move to the city of Orphan in order to become an adventurer, she tried to sleep by herself to the best of her abilities, but the memory of crawling into Belgriff's bed every time it was cold made it almost impossible. Daddy was warm. What? Daddy was very warm every time I hugged him, especially on cold days like this. Ange really is spoiled child. He. Miriam's laughter makes Angeline pout a little. There is nothing embarrassing about being spoiled by my daddy. What did you two usually do? Well, we lived in an orphanage, remember? Even in winter, our beds were separated from each other, and the number of futons didn't increase either. So, we clocked together in one of the beds, piled up all the futons on top of us, and stayed like that the whole night. Oh. That's why Ange embraces me so often. Because she is sensitive to cold weather. What are you saying, you moron? You are the one who hugs me all the time. Right then, Angeline and Anessa realize how many cups of mulled wine Miriam has drunk and the state she was in. Her cheeks are red and her eyes kind of sleepy, and she clings up to them more than usual. Funia, I feel really good. Oh damn it. She's drunk too much, she's not very good at that. It was delicious because it's cold outside, I couldn't help it. I should take her home before it's too late. Ange, what will you do? ? Less than. I will drink some more, I want to clear up my anger. Ha, *hic more *hic. You are useless. Well then, see you tomorrow. Anessa goes out of the store while dragging Miriam, who is throwing a little tantrum. Apparently, they lived in the same rented house. I wonder if they will sleep on the same bed this evening, thought Angeline. Now that she was by herself, Angeline orders another cup of mulled wine, a bowl of pickled vegetables and a baked sausage. If the guild scouts out mercenaries and other warriors, and the former high-ranked adventurers come back, the numbers of adventurers will be enough. The cause of the increase of magic beast will be clarified faster, and measures after that happens will be easy to take. Angeline's burden should also be reduced to a large extent. Even former adventurers who are unable to complete a quest due to old age or the like may be able to guide the lower-ranked adventurers. As a result of raising the quality of adventurers, Angeline will become more likely to take vacations. But is it going to work so well? She then remembers when her dad used to teach her. He was a really good teacher. He did not talk too much, but he watched over her all the time and advised properly when needed. It would be great if Angeline's dad could help the guild. While thinking of that, an idea suddenly strokes Angeline. Why I did not think of that before. If she can't visit her dad, she just needs to call Belgriff and have him come to the capital. She has sufficient funds to do so, and every time she comes back from a quest she will be able to hug Belgriff. Besides, it will be easier to introduce him to everyone. But there is one big problem, it is winter season. Tornella is closed by the snow, and it is hard to travel to the capital. It is hard to send letters, too. Damn, I'm such an idiot, sighs Angeline as she drinks the mulled wine. However, Angeline keeps thinking of Belgriff and Tornella while looking at her meal. She wants to bring Belgriff to the capital, she wants to bring him to this bar and to the delicious sweet shop. She wants to introduce him to all the adventurers, including Anessa and Miriam. But more than that, she wants to go pick rock cowberries in the mountains of Tornella, and wash dishes in a small house and plow the fields. She would like to do that, and she wants to see her dad, that goes without saying. I want to go home after all. Angeline rests her chin in the counter after finishing the wine. It gives her a refreshing sensation on her flushed face. Another customer sat on the empty seat next to her. Although it is so cold and snowing, customers are entering and exiting one after another. Angeline figured that everyone must be seeking warmth. The bar owner finally brings the sausage and a bowl with pickled vegetables and puts them next to the mulled wine. As usual, there's no amiability in his demeanor. Angeline nods and places some coins on the counter. As she bites into her sausage filled with meat juices, she hears a voice saying "oh" from the costumer next to her. When Angeline turns, she finds a blue-haired female merchant sitting there. Angeline's eyes are wide open due to the discovery of an unexpected person. "Oh, it's been a while." "Indeed it has, Lady Angeline. Thanks for your assistance that time." The female merchant smiled broadly. Angeline met her when she was traveling home, but ended up rescuing a girl called Celine from some robbers. It's been 6 months since then, but Angeline still remembers her due to the impressive event they lived together. The 2-day journey in the merchant's cart, their encounter with robbers, Celine's rescue and the journey back to Boulder. As for the female merchant, it is impossible for her to forget her encounter with the black-haired Valkyrie. "You seem healthy." "Yeah, fortunately." "And you came back to Orphan." "Haha, I got here just now. I transported some fish from Elbrun to Bordel. Thanks to the cold, it is not necessary to have cooling magic to keep the fish fresh, which also lowers the expenses of transportation." "Bordel, is the weather colder there?" "Well, it was cold all right. I'm from Istoga, Issy, so I'm not really used to cold weather." "And yet you're here." "The far north." "Well, it is an important place for merchants. Also, since I'm in good relation with the Bordel house, it's become really easy to do business in the north. I can trade as much as I want." The female merchant smiled and drank some of the mulled wine. She seems to have various benefits from the Bordel house as one of Celine's benefactors. Suddenly, the female merchant said something she just remembered. "By the way, I went to Tornella during the autumn festival, and I met your father." Immediately after saying that, Angeline grabbed the female merchant. The female merchant was startled by this and let out a small scream of surprise. "How is my daddy? Is he okay?" "Yeah, he seemed healthy. He also got rid of the elite guards of the Bordel family quite easily." "Yes, wait, what? What do you mean?" The female merchant explained the quarrel between Belgriff and Helvetica's guards during the autumn festival. While listening to the story, Angeline frowns grumpily, bends her mouth into a grumpy expression, and hits the counter with her fingertip. To herself, "I won't allow anyone to recruit Daddy, not even if the other person is Ms. Celine. Oh, don't worry. Everything is in the past now. As expected of Daddy. Great. He is great, isn't he?" "Well, I was honestly surprised. He didn't make any unnecessary movements while fighting, even though he has an artificial leg. Yeah, he would be even more amazing if he had both of his legs. His red hair really gave him the appearance of the Red Ogre. He is calm and gives the impression of being a stoic man. It's understandable why Lady Angeline appreciate him so much." Says the female merchant as some kind of lip service, while letting out a light sigh. However, Angeline's eyes started to gleam, and she grabbed the merchant's shoulders, oblivious to the real meaning of those words. "So you really understand?" "Oh, yeah. Very well, now that we are on the topic, we will talk about my daddy's charm throughout the whole night." "Wait. Lady Angeline. It's okay. Tonight is my treat." "Well, that is appreciated, but I have business talks tomorrow." "Don't worry, if there's any losses I will compensate you." "No, trust is also important as a merchant." "Owner, 2 mulled wines and some cheese." "Quick." Angeline casually takes some coins out of her purse and puts them on the counter. Her eyes are fixed on the merchant. "The mulled wine sounds good, I guess," thought the blue-haired merchant when she realized she could escape the situation. She laughed it up and started talking. Maybe if she said that it was an S-rank adventurer's fault she was late for her morning meetings, her client might show her some empathy. Angeline's expression when talking with the merchant is most likely similar to this. Remember to have moderation when you go out for drinks. Chapter 9. This must be a dream. This must be a dream, Belgriff thought while looking at the darkness from above. His body did not respond, and he could not move from where he was. Despite the darkness, his vision had not been affected. At first glance, the interior of that place seemed to be that of a dungeon. After a while, he could hear the footsteps of several people approaching. It was a party of adventurers, and all of them looked very young, barely 18 or 17 years old. They wore fairly new equipment, each of them carried their own weapons, and they advanced with steps full of confidence and expectations. Those were the firm steps of youth. A young man with straw-colored hair walked in front of the group, his face reflected an intelligent mind. The young man was talking with the people behind him, and the conversation seemed quite heated despite the fact that they spoke in low voices. Behind the leader, a red-haired boy responded with a bitter smile on his face, while a young girl with silver hair and a boy with brown hair followed them with blooming smiles. Careful! Belgriff wanted to scream, but the words did not come out of his mouth. The young group continued to advance while laughing happily. Belgriff finally managed to shout at them, trying to stop their advance, but his voice did not reach them. Eventually, that came out of the darkness and pounced on the young man at the front. The young man, in his surprise, tried to draw his sword, but his initial movement was slow, and it was unlikely he will make it in time. At that moment, the red-haired boy stepped forward and pushed the blonde boy aside. Belgriff wakes up with a sharp pain in his right leg, even though it was no longer there. Umlaut. A huge amount of snow is falling from the sky, forming a carpet that seems to absorb every sound. Actually, everything is too quiet. Nothing is heard aside from the sound of firewood burning in the fireplace, and a sizzling kettle hung over the fire. Despite the number of snow clouds, the sky is annoyingly bright. Because of that, the snow is so white that it hurts the eyes. Belgriff is sitting in a chair by the fireplace, carding some sheep wool. With weather like this, there is not much to do outside. The most important thing is to remove the snow that gathered on the roof of the house, and on the path that leads to town. Apart from that, Belgriff leaves his home from time to time just to gather more wood. However, if more snow falls, even those simple tasks will become quite difficult. During winter the chores are carried out inside the house, the grains are separated, and the wool is carded. In Tornella, many houses have sheep. The house of Kerry, for example, has many animals and even a workshop to card the wool. While in other houses, wool is carded in one place and then taken to another to be woven and make clothes. Although Belgriff has no sheep, Kerry always separates some wool and gives it to him. The same wool that is carded to form a rope. So it can, later on, become yarn. It's been 4 months since he started doing jobs like these. It is about time to start seeing some signs of the upcoming spring, but in this place, the snow does not seem to stop anytime soon. Belgriff puts aside the wool, stands up, and begins to tremble unexpectedly. Despite the fact that the fireplace burns intensely, the accumulated snow appears to be freezing everything around it. It is almost noon. Belgriff takes a piece of wood and puts it in a fireplace, and with *CRACK*, a spark flies out. Then, he takes a container he has left over the fire. When he removes the lid, a slightly inflated piece of dough can be seen. The yeast does not seem to work well with this cold. Belgriff kneads the dough lightly, slices it a couple of times and shapes it. After that, he takes the pieces of dough, mixes it with some oil, puts them back into the container, and, after covering it with the lid, places it again on top of the fire. In a saucepan placed next to the container, some beans and dried meat stew are still cooking slowly. "It really is quiet," murmurs Belgriff while stroking his beard. It is the 5th winter since Angeline had departed. When she was still at home, she would stick to Belgriff whenever it snowed. Her hands and feet would get cold easily, and when the weather was as it is now, she would get into Belgriff's bed, who was always startled by the coldness of her limbs. During those cold nights of insomnia, he would sit by the fireplace, place Angeline on his knee, and read the same book of illustrations over and over again. After thinking of all that, Belgriff eats a light meal of bread and stew. When the dishes are clean, he places a special snowshoe on his prosthesis, puts on gloves, a coat, scarf, and a hat that covers his ears and goes outside. Even though it snowed only in the morning, the garden is completely covered in white. Also, a great number of icicles of different sizes hang from the eaves. Belgriff walks through the snowfield transporting wood from the deposit to his house. Then, he opens a trapdoor that was hidden under the snow. Inside the excavated soil, there are potatoes and Japanese radishes, daikon, that are preserved in a mantle of straw. They're slightly frozen. Those that are closest to the surface have suffered due to the cold air. He puts aside those in worse condition and takes some that seem to be edible. He then separates more straw from the barn and puts it over the vegetables. After that, he closes the trapdoor. The food he has in store for winter had drastically reduced. Even something like this takes a long time. After returning home, Belgriff pours himself a glass hot water from the kettle and mixes it with some distilled liquor. The aroma of the liquor rises and stabs the back of his nose. And when he slowly drinks it, the inside of his body finally warms up. Well, time to go. Belgriff puts his sword on his hip and walks outside his house with a long cane in hand. Even if these cold days don't seem to end, Belgriff keeps doing his walks and patrols around the village every day. Most of the wild animals hibernate during the winter, but that is not always the case with magic beasts, who could take advantage of the cold to approach the village. Belgriff did not see it, but apparently, an ice hound had approached the village during the summer. It is clear that the number of magic beasts is far larger than in previous years. And during the winter, it's normal for evil ice spirits to come near populated places, so it is a good idea to be careful. When his breath goes through the scarf, it becomes white fog, which flies through the air for a while before disappearing. If he had not placed the special snowshoe, the sharp tip of his prosthesis would sink into the snow. Today it's colder than other days. I also have to remove some snow little by little. There are no children playing outside due to the intolerable weather. Belgriff walks around the town using the barely visible fence as a guide, taking care not to step on the crop fields. The wheat field outside the town is completely covered in snow and is nothing more than a silver-colored valley. Under the snow, wheat sprouts silently grow enduring the cold, waiting for the winter to end. The mountains and distant forests are covered with snow. Seeing this, Belgriff remembers how he used to take these walks with Angeline in the past. She always had red cheeks and a running nose, but she would never complain about anything while following him. Belgriff's shoulders slightly tremble, and he calmly removed the snow that had accumulated on them without him noticing. He then exhales heavily and watches as the white fog disappears with the wind. Suddenly, Belgriff feels a presence behind him and quickly turns around while narrowing his eyes. He sees several small figures just outside the town. There are around 6 of them, holding hands and forming a small circle, moving around as if they are dancing. Belgriff also clearly listens to a song, unlike anything he has listened to before. Belgriff approaches silently while holding the hilt of his sword. Once he is close, it becomes clear that the dancing figures are children. They appear to be around 7 or 8 years old. They are wearing snow-white clothes and furry hats that matched their outfits. Although the dance seems almost frenetic, upon a closer look, he notices that their feet don't touch the ground and do not leave tracks while dancing. "Yukinko," says Belgriff while removing his hand from his sword. There are several types of ice spirits. Some are dangerous to humans, others are harmless, and some others are similar to natural phenomena. The Yukinko belong to this last group. These guys, or possibly girls, are like the representation of winter. They do not favor humans, but they are not hostile towards them either. For now, the best thing to do is to remain calm and not disturb them. Belgriff watches the dance of the Yukinko for a while. It turns out to be quite a sight. It even seems to generate even. Suddenly, a strong wind starts to blow, and the snow swells violently. Belgriff involuntarily closes his eyes and covers his face with his arms. Wow! The wind roars for a short time, and then it dies down as if nothing had happened, and the snow falls again undisturbed. Everything has gone silent once more. At that moment, Belgriff sees a tall figure on the other side of the dancing Yukinko. It is the figure of a woman. She is tall and slender, wears a pure white coat, and covers her head with a fur hat. She has a beautiful face, but her expression seems somewhat inhuman. In the vicinity, there are another 10 or 12 Yukinko, different from those that, until a moment ago, were dancing. "The Winter Lady," murmurs Belgriff. She is the mother of all the Yukinko, and is the existence that can be considered as the embodiment of winter itself. It is extremely rare to even see her, and there is no way to defeat her, because it would be as if someone wanted to eliminate the winter from this world. But Belgriff feels no fear. The Winter Lady is like nature, and like the Yukinko, she doesn't favor nor hates humans. What's more, Belgriff has met this powerful spirit once before. The lady looked at Belgriff fixedly. You've grown old in a very short time. A cold, solemn voice reaches his ears. But he doesn't know if it came from his mouth or it's generated directly from the atmosphere. For her, an existence that lives for eternity, human beings die in the blink of an eye. Belgriff twisted his beard with a bitter smile. Please, don't measure time from your perspective, eternal lady. It's been 10 years. The lady seems surprised with Belgriff's statement. 10 years ? The season has come around 10 times already. But for you, who only knows winter, it is difficult to notice. Your lives go by rather fast, don't they? But, why did you come out again in this cold ? I'm patrolling. Humans are afraid of magic beasts, although, if you're here, I don't need to worry. The Winter Lady doesn't harm nor help the magic beasts. It's as if, from the beginning, she was not interested in them. But the magic beasts are terrified of her. Her strength was comparable to that of a rank-S magic beast. So, it is safe to say that magic beasts will not cause problems, as long as the Winter Lady is here. However, she is accompanied by snowstorms and cold weather, which can also represent huge problems. Belgriff leans all his weight on his cane. Apparently going out on patrol has been a waste of time. But he met the Winter Lady yet again, and could remember what happened 10 years ago. The Yukinko star dancing in even bigger circles. Where is the little mortal asterisk? Asks the Winter lad while looking at her own children. Didn't I just mention that it's already been 10 years? She moved to the capital and became independent. She has become a great adventurer. You mortals are always in a hurry. Well, maybe you're too carefree. I still think we just met a few days ago. By the way, why did you point your sword at me back then? 10 years ago, when he met the Winter Lady for the first time, he stepped in front of her brandishing his sword in order to protect Angeline. The lady, who from the beginning seemed uninterested, stopped his attack with just one finger. A smile of frustration appears on Belgriff's face when remembering that. I was trying to protect my little girl because I thought you were a magic beast. Oh, is that so? ? There is a rank-S magic beast known as the Ice Queen. She looks like a beautiful woman, but she is an extremely dangerous magic beast that hates humans. Meeting her is just as difficult as seeing the Winter Lady, and since both respond with merciless attacks when confronted, most adventurers cannot distinguish the differences between them, and end up mixing them up. Not even Belgriff could differentiate them at that moment. After the encounter, one of the village elders taught him about the Winter Lady. Afterward, Belgriff could help but to feel embarrassed by his prejudices and narrow mind. Belgriff took off his gloves and breathed on his hands. I thank you for not killing back then. Although, you might have not done because of a whim. The lady smiles a little after hearing Belgriff's words. There's no reason to kill a parent who protects their child, right? ? You speak the truth. Just like you protect your own children, honorable lady. Seeing the Yukinko dancing while shouting happily, Belgriff could not help but smile. Angie had basically saved him 10 years ago. The snow continues to fall without weakening. Belgriff shivered because of the cold. If the Yukinko are having so much fun in this place, the Winter Lady will stay here for a while. If you're here, I do not have to keep patrolling, so I'll go home. I am not a guardian deity of this town, mortal. I'm just going to take advantage of your presence in this place. Please don't get upset. I'll give a warning. Suddenly her voice becomes even colder. Belgriff, who is already facing the other way, turns again with careful movements, narrows his, and stares at the Winter Lady. The lady is looking directly at Belgriff. Those who tried to rule everything, even the winter, are about to wake up. Does that have anything to do with the increasing number of magic beasts? We are not concerned with things like that. Belgriff continues to look at the lady directly in the eye. Lady, what will you do? Do you want us to do something about it? The Winter Lady shakes her head gently. We are just passing on a message. Thank you for your warning. I'll keep it in mind. This powerful spirit wouldn't say something like that without a deeper meaning. But perhaps due to the cold, Belgriff's head cannot think clearly. For now, he must return home and warm up a little. Belgriff turns on his heels and walks away with slow, thoughtful steps. The joyful voices of the Yukinko continue to resound in the snow. Chapter 10. The guild is on cobblestones. The wall is chalk. The steps of the guild are made of stone. Its limestone walls, which were originally white, now have an opaque grey tone. Angeline, who had been called early in the morning, enters the building while hiding a yawn. For some reason, the place seems more crowded than usual. There are many faces she's never seen before. Some guys look at Angeline boldly. When Angeline looks back at them, a few stood up with a threatening expression. At that moment, their close companions whisper something in their ear, and the thugs' expressions change immediately, their faces turn pale, and they sit down again without making noise. Who are these guys? Angeline heads for the counter as she frowned. When she sees Anessa and Miriam among the crowd, she tries to call them out, but there are too many people making too much noise in front of the counter. Taking a closer look, she can see a ridiculous old man with huge muscles, wearing a winter military cap and a big coat. He is grabbing Lionel, the master of the guild, by the neck, and is lifting him up. Lionel seems to be much more tired than usual, and also some huge black bags under his eyes. No, Mr. Chebulg, but I'm doing the best I can. The number of magic beasts is simply abnormal. Besides, I think you raising your voice a lot. Seeing Lionel's miserable appearance, the enormous old man with the white beard and moustache loosens his grip and sighs heavily. It's unforgivable that the situation worsened so much that you had to call us. No, I think we also have part of the responsibility. Angeline is so happy that she starts running unexpectedly, jumps over the big crowd, and lands near two elderly people. Musclehead General. Old Silverhead. The two elders look carefully at Angeline, and their faces are illuminated with smiles. Oh, Ange. You look healthy. Of course, who do you think you're talking to? Ha ha ha. You're the same as always. The muscular general, Mr. Chebulg, throws Lionel away, laughs out loud and hits Angeline in her back. At that moment, another old man of great stature takes Chebulg's shoulder. Hey, Chebulg, don't hit Ange with your ridiculous force. Are you an idiot? What? Did you say something, Dortos? Don't yell at me, you moron. It's been years since we saw each other. I thought I'd lost your hearing by now. Is that why you are always screaming? Well, Ange, you look healthy. I'm glad. Angeline smiles when she sees that those two old men haven't changed. These two elders are former S-rank adventurers, now retired. Both are in their 60s, but despite that, their bodies are still as strong as if they were still active, and their muscles still seem to be made of steel. They retired as adventurers about 2 years ago. But before that, they met Angeline, who was already standing out for her unparalleled skills. On the battlefield, these old adventurers demonstrate fearsome abilities, but are also gentle and attentive to others, as if they were their own grandchildren. That's why Angeline likes them so much. Chebulg has trained his muscles to the extreme, which is why he has two nicknames, Destroyer and the one Angeline thought of, Musclehead General. It seems that the only thing he has left of his time as a soldier of Istoga is that military cap he always wears. He has magical tattoos on both arms that increase his strength as he fights, and he is a skilled man who has crushed a large number of magic beasts with his fists and overwhelming magical power. Dortos manipulates a silver spear made of platinum, as his nickname Old Silverhead suggests. Although thin, his body is quite flexible and is 3 times stronger than that of an average man. In addition, his spear is so heavy that it required 2 ordinary men to lift it, but he wields it with only one hand. His technique with the spear is the best in the Duchy of Istoga, and no one is sure of the total number of magic beasts he has defeated. Are you two coming back? Says Angeline as she pulls Chebulg's arm away. Yes. You, young people, have been very careless. We can't help it. With a big number of magic beasts out there, we can't sit still and do nothing. When Dortos says this, Chebulg laughed with great force. Ha, ha, ha. What are you talking about, Dortos? I just want to destroy everything. I came because I was told I wouldn't have any restrictions. You're noisy, Chebulg. I don't want to hear that from you. Phew. I'm glad to see both of you. But why did you retire? You look great. To be able to spend time with my grandson, of course. But lately, he's told me that I'm too noisy and he doesn't want me to come near him. So I have a lot of free time. You should lower your voice. As for me, I got tired of being an adventurer. I didn't think of it as a lifelong job. I've been doing this for 40 years. But, apparently, I can't escape from it. Open quote. Angeline laughs satisfactorily. It is certain now that the strangers in the guild's lobby were the people who had come to help. Although it's only been a week, Lionel gathered all of them. Angeline has to change her opinion on the guild master. You worked quite fast this time around, guild master. Thank you. Lionel, who has been thrown away by Chebulg, lies on his back and laughs weakly. Ha. Yes, half of this is thanks to you, Ms. Angie, but this old man also worked hard. I had to use a rather rare communication gem, but I finally managed to negotiate with the lords, and got permission to do this. In addition, they also accepted the other request, and are going to mobilize the army. Well, because of this situation, the employees are upset because they haven't been able to rest. Also, the guild's budget was completely depleted. Like the money in my wallet. What are we going to do tomorrow? I wish you'd done this sooner, but as it's already done. I'll forgive you. Open quote. Lionel stands up and scratches the top of his head. Well, that's normal, since it's the first time in 100 years that there are so many magic beasts. The guild was not strong enough on its own, nor was there an emergency manual for cases like this. No one knew what to do, no one imagined the situation would get this bad. Also, the people in the capital were incredibly stubborn. They got angry because I didn't make the applications before, and then they got angry because I made the applications. This old man really didn't know what to do. It's not a reason to take so long on your job, Lionel says Dortos as he squints his eyes and strokes his beard. I know I'm incompetent. But I keep working hard despite being like that, says Lionel with a sigh. All of this happened because you don't trust anyone. To think you only called us until after Angie told you to. Well, I contacted an old friend in the capital, but it's a 1-month trip to get here. No, in this weather, the trip takes 2 months. That's why he hasn't arrived. That's why you have to work faster. You got to the position of guild master on your own, so you should know how to do it properly. Open quote. You're too strict, Mr. Dortos. I'm very tired too. Don't be so cruel, Lionel says as he bows his head. Right then, the guild staff says something out loud in the lobby. Apparently, they're giving instructions to the new arrivals. They move as they nod and snap their fingers. It seems that only adventurers above AA rank are gathering around the counter. There are about 30 people in total. There should be other S-rank adventurers, but no one has seen them lately. Apparently, these adventurers do not have to visit the guild regularly because, like Angeline, they travel a lot due to their missions. Besides the 2 people Angeline knows, there are no more S-rank adventurers. In the worst-case scenario, these guys lost their love for Orphan and left without saying anything. Angeline recognizes and nods to several people she met as she moved up the ranking. 10 people suddenly approach Dortos and Chebulg. They're the old party members. All of them retired when they reached the age of 50 to 60, but none of them seems to have lost the dignity of an adventurer who had reached the top. At that moment, Miriam and Anessa approach Angeline. Good morning, Ange. Good morning. This is unbelievable. Good morning, both of you. This became very encouraging, says Angeline, quite excited and tapping on the shoulder of her 2 companions. So what kind of work are we going to do? I would hate waiting for the situation with the magic beasts to get worse, asks Dortos as he strokes his beard. Lionel scratches his head and bends his mouth with a grumpy expression. I do not have the luxury of doing that. Now that we have enough people, we will attack the source of the problem. The source? Have you discovered it yet? It was discovered yesterday, so it's not confirmed, says Lionel, shrugging. I don't want to believe it, but it could be the Demon King. The atmosphere becomes tense, and the adventurers begin to mumble. Regarding the resurrection of the Demon King, although for the time it has been mentioned in the streets, everyone thought they were only rumors. That its existence could only be found in legends and fairy tales. Is that true? Says Angeline, leaning forward. That's why I told you it's not confirmed yet, because there was a limit to my investigation. I'm asking someone else to confirm it right now. What? Did you go to investigate yourself, Guildmaster? Did you set aside the documents and go out into the field? Oh come on, the guild staff are just ordinary people who handle documents on a daily basis. High-level adventurers have their hands full right now, so this old man had to do something. However, I also had to negotiate with the master of the Central Guild and the lords, as well as other procedures and applications, so my progress was not much. Open quote. But, perhaps some low-level adventurers. No, we can't risk sending a low-level adventurer to a place where a high-level monster could appear. Besides, they can only go to relatively safe places, and in this situation, there weren't many of those. But, if you ask high-level adventurers during their free time, Lionel scratches his head with a bitter smile. You know very well that an investigation like this doesn't last 2 or 3 days, Ms. Ainge. If I publish a mission in which they have to move from one place to another, the high-level adventurers will surely get angry, and my neck will be in danger. In fact, there were some adventurers who got angry for that very reason and quit. Then, the guild's instructors. The instructors are F or E rank. Even if they tag along, they could only deal with D rank missions, and this mission was at least A rank. There was even the possibility of having to deal with an AA enemy, so I didn't want to risk it. In addition, it would be quite uncomfortable to have to ask the high-ranking adventurers to teach the newbies, since most of them could be considered prodigies. Oh, then you could have asked for support from the adventurers of Istogra and Ms. Ainge. In those cases, the applicant has to pay the costs. If a person makes it, that person has to pay. If it's a village, the village pays. In the event that a guild does so, the guild must use its budget to pay for it. But in this situation, we already had to give a fixed salary to the high-level adventurers, so that they wouldn't leave. We also had to increase the rewards of the missions, and all that came from the budget of the guild. In short, we didn't have the funds to hire high-level adventurers from other cities. I managed to contact some of them for a while, but when the money disappeared, so did they. That's the way adventurers work. But aren't all guilds supposed to be associated? You could have asked as a favor and pay them later on. The Guild of Orphan has taken over many works from other guilds. Angeline herself has taken some of those works before. Lionel scratches his cheeks with a complicated expression. The higher the rank, the more intolerant adventurers become. They don't want to do difficult work without getting paid. In your case, Ms. Ainge, they were missions I simply couldn't refuse. I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter, because after all, they ended up paying me. Okay, let's forget the adventurers, but there must be a plan of action between guilds, right? There's central guild policy, but the truth is it is incredibly fragile. Money is the only real way to do that kind of thing. Either way, the personal interests and self-preservation instinct of the big shots are frightening. Adventurers require money to work, after all, so they don't like to work on promises. And sometimes, although the guild promised great rewards, the adventurers ended up leaving. That really broke this old man's heart. So, did you always work alone? Well, yes. Thanks to that, I had to fight high-level magic beasts. I haven't slept properly for almost half a year, and I'm very tired. I've never worked so hard, even when I was an adventurer, says Lionel with a big sigh. Angeline often called Lionel to complain. But on many occasions, Lionel was not in guild, and Angeline was outraged to think he was simply faking his absence. However, it seems that on those occasions, Lionel had actually gone out and was investigating the origin of the catastrophe they were experiencing, all by himself. At the same time, he seems to have dealt with the complaints and statements from the other adventurers, guilds, and lords. This is why he always looks tired. The method guilds use during peacetime, a method based on self-interest and self-preservation of the big shots, cannot function properly when a catastrophe such as the one they are experiencing now with magical beasts occurred. Lionel was caught right in the middle of this turmoil and received attacks from all directions. However, he had only managed to discover the source of the abnormality, as was to be expected of the individual who is above the S-rank adventurers. Angeline thought that he was a lazy and irresponsible person who occasionally cared for powerless people. But she was wrong. Upon realizing this, her face turns slightly red with shame and makes an annoying grimace. You should have told me something. No, I didn't want you to consider me useless. Although I'm already telling you now. However, that's no reason not to say anything, right? Now I'm ashamed to have said you were an idiot the last time we spoke. Guildmaster, I'm really sorry. When Lionel sees Angeline bowing her head, he scratches his cheek a little embarrassed by the situation. No, Ms. Angeline. I'm quite incompetent. Besides, you were the only one who scolded me. Everyone else went about their business as if nothing had happened. Even though there were other guilds in other cities, you were always mad at me, weren't you, Ms. Ainge? That pushed me to such an extent that I had to do my best. And for that, thank you. Ha ha ha. It's all right, Ainge. Chebulg pats Angelin's head as he laughs thunderously. Young people shouldn't rush to understand the world of adults. If you hadn't scolded him, we wouldn't be here. Lionel, why didn't you call us earlier if you had so many problems? That's not how the guildmaster should behave. Dortos nods to Chebulg's comments and gently tapping Angelin's shoulder. That's right, Ange. It was Guildmaster's own mistake not to have taken preventative measures earlier and let it all come to this point. If the adventurers begin to leave the guild, you can't just sit there and do nothing. When two old soldiers scold him, Lionel ducks his head hastily. That's too mean, you two. The central guild system is nothing more than a faulty facade. Besides, no matter how many times I talked to them, the central guild and the lords were just looking for a way to avoid responsibility and reduce local budgets. What else could an S-rank ex-adventurer do? It's not like I wanted to meet with these terrifying old geezers again. What? Did you say something, Lionel? Of course not. Let's go. I'll keep explaining as we walk. Lionel leaves the building with erratic movements, almost as if he is in flames. The two veterans smile when they see him, and they follow moments later. Angelin was also quick to follow them. Umlaut. When they go outside, the sunlight shines on them. There are no black clouds in the sky, the wind is cool, but the sun is warm. The snow that melts on the road is only a very thin layer now. A large group led by Lionel leaves the capital, splits up to board different horse-drawn carriages and heads east. The number of soldiers protecting the city walls is larger than normal, as the Lord is finally mobilizing the army. Angelin bends her mouth into an annoyed expression at the sight of them. The Lord took a long time to mobilize the army. Apparently, it's quite expensive to do so. That's why the request had to come directly from Guild, as defending against the magic beasts is the job of the adventurers, explains Anessa as Miriam nods. So far, we've managed to handle the situation somehow. Moreover, a hasty mobilization would be more problematic than a well-planned and slow one, don't you think? Yes, it's a fortune they decided to help despite the fact that the eastern border has had some strange movements. Apparently, we're going to a place where magic beasts have created some kind of huge nest. Wow, that's really intriguing, but it'll all end today. I'll destroy it. Phew, this is very exciting, but Grandpa Chebulg is here, so I probably won't get my chance to shine. According to Lionel, there seems to be a large reservoir of magical power in the back of a dungeon near Orphan's suburbs. One might think that this dungeon is a high-level dungeon, however, it is barely an E rank. The reason for this is that a low-level group was sent some time ago to investigate, but they failed to recognize the reservoir, which holds back the investigation. Over time, the magical energy contained in the reservoir begins to leak to the subsoil and has a great effect on the magic beasts that inhabit the dungeon, which finally leads to a stampede of magic beasts, some of them of a very high level. Can magical power travel underground? I didn't know that. When Miriam hears Angelin's words, her expression becomes serious. Normally it's not like that, but the magical power of the Demon King is very powerful. A powerful enemy. What kind of opponent will he be? It doesn't matter what kind of opponent he is. All we have to do is defeat him. Listening to Angelin's stubborn indifference, Anessa cannot help but sigh. It looks like everything's gonna be fine, so there's nothing to worry about. The carriages travel for a while longer, pass through a small forest, and arrive at a place full of hills. In one of them, you can see some kind of side cave, which seems to lead to the underground dungeon inside. However, the dungeon lost its core a long time ago, so it is now forgotten. That's why normally no adventurer comes near this place. This time they plan to enter the dungeon and eliminate the cause of that huge reservoir of magical energy. In other words, the Demon King. The horse-drawn carriage stops and the adventurers come down. Angelin rubs her numb lower back, looks at the dungeon entrance and frowns. She can't feel any abnormality in the vicinity. Is there really a huge magical deposit in this place? She thinks to herself. Suddenly, they find someone standing at the entrance. With shiny long grey hair, a thick coat, and a huge scarf. Lionel rapidly approaches that person. What do you think, Ms. Maria? Have you found anything strange? That is so. It is true that there is a great deal of distorted magical energy in here, and someone has placed a barrier so that it cannot go outside. I have to admit, it's pretty impressive. It is thanks to this that magical energy and magic beasts have not escaped. That's what I thought. What about the leaks? Because of the barrier, magical power seeps into the subsoil. I also think that's why magic beasts have become so strong. Even so, you dare to send a helpless maid like me to this place. *COUGH****COUGH***. The face that turns while coughing is that of a beautiful young woman. Although her facial features are attractive, the atmosphere around her is somewhat heavy. In spite of being a woman, she was quite tall, comparable to Lionel's stature. Angeline is glad to see you again and runs towards the woman. Auntie Maria. *COUGH****COUGH***. What? Ange? You look as young as ever. How have you been, Auntie? Is your illness better? Of course not. *COUGH***. Even so, they force a maid like me to go out and work. Maria gently caresses Angeline's head as she spits out those harsh words. Then she sees Miriam and Anessa behind her. Hey girls, have you been doing your job properly? If they called me, it means you're not trying hard enough. *COUGH***. When she says this, apparently something got stuck in her throat, and Maria coughs strongly. Miriam runs to her side with an expression of surprise and rubs her back. Ms. Maria, don't try too hard, you are already too old. *COUGH***. What? I'm a 68-year-old girl in the prime of her life. 68 isn't the prime of life, you old lady. Maria stares at the smiling Miriam and points at her with her finger. Shut up, you idiot disciple. That's no way to address your master. *COUGH***. Phew. That's what you get for bullying your disciple. Look at you now. Your little brat. *COUGH***. Maria seems quite angry but cannot help but to cough again. Miriam hurries to rub her back. Anessa smiles when she sees the master-disciple exchange. Maria is a former S-rank adventurer who retired 3 years ago. She has been Miriam's teacher since Miriam was a rookie, an archmage known as Dragon Killer or a Shen, not only in the dukedom, but throughout the entire kingdom of Rhodesia. Because of his enormous magical power, her body has stopped aging. So, despite being 68 years old, her appearance is that of a young woman. However, when she defeated the cursed dragon, an S-rank monster, some of its blood fell on her body, and she received a curse. Since then, her body has been consumed by the disease, with permanent chills, painful seizures, and an incessant cough. Yet she remains the most powerful sorceress in the kingdom. Dortos and Chebelg approach them. Dortos caresses his beard and has an expression of surprise. But if it's Maria, did they call you too? Maria squints her eyes and smacks her lips. Dortos. Oh, dear. To think that so many old people would gather in one place. *COUGH***. Maria. You're still pretending to be sick. You're so sloppy. Says Chebelg in a thunderous voice. I'm not pretending. Why don't you just die, muscle DARUMA2? *COUGH***. What? Did you say something, Maria? I said go die. Or should I kill you myself? Excuse me, could we continue with the mission, says Lionel with an expression of tiredness, seeing the indiscretion of the veterans who left him in the background. But the elders keep talking and laughing. Lionel can only sigh. Well, I asked Maria to confirm it, and it seems that there is indeed a great reservoir of magical energy, and it is seeping through a vein in the subsoil. If we destroy it, we'll end our magic beast problem. How should we do it? What's the plan, Guild Master? Yes, well, as with any other dungeon, we should go to the deepest part, and as this dungeon was originally an E rank, it should not be complicated at all. But there is the possibility that the rank of the magical beasts has increased due to the magical energy. But with all the powerful people here, you talk too much. In other words, I just have to send this flying. Hey. Why? But before Lionel stopped him, Chebelg raises his fist. His coat flutters in the wind, the magical tattoos engraved on his arms glow, and without even thinking about it, he hits the hill where the dungeon is located. At the same time, a huge shockwave spreads through the place, and half of the hills disappear. Oh. *COUGH*. The barrier is gone *COUGH*, murmurs Maria. At the same time, miasma begins to emerge from the dungeon, as do a large number of magic beasts. Although this must have been an E-rank dungeon, magic beasts that reached B or even A rank are among them. "What are you doing, Chebulg?" Close quote, says Lionel, holding his head. "Ha, ha, ha. Don't worry. Hey, Demon King, get out of there." "Wait, Chebulg. You're not allowed to go ahead on your own." Dortos removes the cloth that covers his spear and instantly pierced several magic beasts that were nearby. He does not have the same calm expression that he had a few moments ago. Now he looks more like a true warrior, and he seems to be having fun. The two veterans jump into the flock of magic beasts with a triumphant expression and begin to defeat them without any difficulty. The other members of their parties also follow them and defeat a large number of magic beasts with overwhelming strength. Despite being older, they all seem to be in excellent condition. It's possible they were eagerly awaiting this battle. As the rest of the adventurers are stunned by this, Lionel claps his hands and begins to give instructions. "All right, the venerable elders have already started. Don't let those grandpas take the main roles." Adventurers cannot help but smile awkwardly at the words of their leader. Chapter 11. Demonic beasts, one after another. One after the other, the magic beasts crawl out of the entrance of the dungeon. However, there is a group of high-ranking adventurers nearby, in charge of dispelling any danger. At that moment, a huge magic beast emerges from the darkness. It had a humanoid appearance, but his body was rather strange, as if someone had combined a large number of magic beasts unnaturally. The adventurers are agitated when they see it. "Disgusting. What is that? Gross. I suppose the magic beasts merged because of the distorted magical energy. *COUGH*, but it's nothing more than a children's toy with low magic power." Maria directs one of her fingers towards the magic beast in a weary way. "Idiot disciple, help me. We will use the Thunder Emperor *COUGH*, open quote. You just want to show off less than." Miriam picks up her wand with a sigh, and both sorceresses begin to chant at the same time. Close quote from the ecliptic sky. "Are the drops made out of light? One drop awakens the roar. That falls to the ground with flickering might." Open quote. A translucent geometric design emerges around both of them, and the tips of Maria's fingers and Miriam's wand begin to shine. A black cloud swells over the monster's head, and moments before the lightning struck, Anessa shoots an iron arrow at its forehead. At the same time, the fierce lightning strikes with a loud noise, and concentrates exactly where the arrow is. Just when it seems that the magic beast has not been affected, it crumbles into dust. *COUGH*. "Well done, Anessa. That arrow helped a lot," says Maria, quite impressed by the quick action of the adventurer. "Haha, I've been Miri's partner for a long time." Despite her shy response, Anessa fires arrows in rapid succession and knocks down the magic beasts that were trying to ambush some adventurers from a blind spot. Maria and Miriam continue to cast magic and turn the magic beasts into charcoal one after the other. "Well, what should I do now?" says Angeline with her arms folded as she watches the scene. The magic beasts continue to come out of the dungeon incessantly. For now, the adventurers are overwhelming the opponents, but their victory is not yet certain. Now that the barrier has disappeared, the magical energy contained in the dungeon begins to disperse, and there is the possibility that it will attract other magic beasts from outside. If the battle continues, their fatigue will begin to accumulate, and if they have to deal with the magic beasts in that state, the chances of victory will decrease. This could get complicated if it goes on for too long. Angeline pulls out her sword and gives instructions to Miriam and Anessa. "You two, cover me." Without waiting for an answer, Angeline kicks the floor. She moves around the enemies with incredibly agile maneuvers. Any magic beast that tries to stop her is shot down either by arrows or magic. Finally, she arrives at the entrance in a blink of an eye. Chebulg and Dortos are there, wiping out everything around them. Corpses of A-rank magic beasts are piled up everywhere. "Gramps Silverhead, we can't go on like this. Let's leave this place to the others and enter the dungeon," says Angeline as she runs to Dortos. "You might be right. Hey, you. Cover us." He yells at his team members, who are fighting in the rear. As if they were one, they quickly rebuild their formation and eliminate the magic beasts that are clustered at the entrance. It's a great demonstration of skill. Although there are still plenty of magic beasts, they could now at least enter the dungeon without much trouble. These magic beasts are very clumsy, aren't they? Here I come. Take this. Chebulg strikes with his mighty fist. His tattoos shine again, and his punch generates a huge shockwave that sends a large number of magic beasts flying. Angeline accelerates in a race and jumps into the dungeon entrance. Dortos and Chebulg arrive a little later. What is this? Whispers Angeline. This dungeon is classified as an E rank, and is no different than a cavern perforated in a hill. But now, the walls are covered with a strange black substance, which seemed to be pulsing, as if it were alive. It also emits a faint light. Ange. I'll lead the attack. Chebulg shouts when he sees Angeline running. First come first served. Have you become slower, Musclehead General? Ha 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 ha. I've lost some practice, haven't I? Interesting. Don't let your guard down, both of you. Here they come. Magic beasts begin to emerge from the holes in the ceiling and walls of the cave. In the blink of an eye, Dortos pierces 3 of them and then knocks down 2 others. Chebulg also raises his fist and destroys more magic beasts. Where's the main room? Without paying much attention to the magic beasts, Angeline squints her eyes and hastens to follow the signs of magical power. Because the veterans are keeping her safe, she is able to lead the way. However, when she encounters a divided path, she stopped instantly. Dortos and Chebulg continue to keep the magic beasts away, while Angeline is concentrating. But everything around them is quite strange. Remember what Daddy said, thinks Angeline. He said the secret to finding the dungeon boss is through the tingling sensation in your own skin. Yeah, that's what it was. She's had that feeling every time she went into a dungeon. However, since the magic beasts that surrounded them also have a high level, the magic trail of the dungeon boss is concealed. In addition, it is difficult to concentrate during combat. It's no use. Daddy would laugh at me if he were here. Angeline takes a deep breath and closes her eyes. She clears her mind of all thoughts. All the hustle and bustle around her begins to fade. As a result, all her senses sharpen, and she is now able to perceive more clearly the flow of magical power, until... There. Angeline opens her eyes and starts running. That road seems to be the right one. For, as they go, the tingling sensation becomes more and more intense. There are many small holes but no other secondary path. Fortunately, this dungeon was originally an E rank, so there are no secret passageways or labyrinth-shaped tunnels. Just a little bit more, mutters Angeline. But at that moment, she feels signs of intense magical power from the side wall. She lifts her sword immediately and takes a defensive stance. Seconds later, a big magic beast emerges from the wall. It has the appearance of a lizard, but the hind legs are very developed, and their fangs and claws are very sharp. Its scales are black and seem very resilient. But despite being larger than Angeline, it has no wings. This magic beast is a subspecies of the dragons. Angeline receives the attack from the magic beast, but the blow is so strong that she is thrown back a few meters. But she makes an elegant turn in the air and lands without any problem. Ha ha ha. Surprise attacks are no fun, you gecko, says Chebulg as he laughs and hits the magic beast. However, the quasi-dragon simply recedes back a bit and quickly turns to see Chebulg. The reptile's huge eyes focus intensely on its new enemy. The veteran smiles broadly and fixes his military cap. Oh. This one appears to have some backbone. Hey. I'll take care of this one. What do you say? It'll be great. Do what you want. Ange, let's go. Musclehead General, please be careful. Angeline follows Dortos, letting Chebulg fight a magic beast that is much bigger than himself. Damage is catching up to me, says Dortos with his somewhat agitated breathing. Gramps Silverhead, are you all right? You don't have to worry about something like that, Ange Dortos says with a smile. Don't you think that phrase is a death flag, Gramps? Angeline frowns. What are you talking about? It was written in a book I read recently. I don't understand the lexicon of young people, says Dortos with a sigh. The two keep advancing to the deep end of the dungeon, as they defeat the magic beasts on their way. Gradually the magical energy becomes denser, and the tingling sensation in the skin actually becomes painful. Dortos and Angeline have faced S-rank magic beasts in the past. However, the presence they feel now is completely different from anything they had experienced. For the first time since she'd become an adventurer, Angeline feels a shiver. It's not of fear, though, but the thrill of having such a powerful enemy right in front of her. Phew. Angeline prepares her sword and walks in the direction where the magic beast is. Her blood is boiling. Unexpectedly, the two adventurers enter a fairly large chamber. The round ceiling extends like a dome. But the wall is still covered with the foreign substance, pulsating while a pale light flashes. As soon as they enter this space, the other magic beasts stop chasing them. An unusual atmosphere filled that place, and the magical energy now seems to penetrate the skin as if they were small knives. In the center of the chamber, there is something. It seems to be made up of black shadows, but its appearance is human. It's as small as a child and is sitting on the floor, rocking from side to side. Is that the Demon King? Ange, don't let your guard down. I have a strange feeling. Dortos lifts his spear without hesitation. The shadow being murmurs something while he sways. Angeline squints her eyes and listens attentively. Master, where are you? I feel lonely, says it over and over again. Angeline tilts her head. It is clear that it is the source of the distorted magical energy. But from what she can see, it doesn't seem to be that dangerous. In fact, it gives an incredibly innocent impression. To the extent that the whole scene seems abnormal. Hey, why are you so sad? Who's your master? Says Angeline as she takes a step closer to it. Ange, howls Dortos in his furious voice. A chilling sensation runs down their backs. Everything happens in an instant. It jumps to the place where both adventurers are standing. Lonely, should I keep killing more ? Open quote. Eyes appear on the face of the shadow being and look directly at Angeline. Its eyes are black, full of madness, and it seems that they would absorb her soul if they were given the opportunity. Right then, Dortos moves fiercely and thrusts his spear with tremendous momentum. It receives the full blow of the spear and is launched backward. The spear didn't pierce. They don't call it the Demon King for nothing, says Dortos, clicking his tongue. After it falls passively to the ground, it slowly rises and rocks from right to left. Then, it raises its arms with the same innocence with which a child would ask their mother to embrace them. Sorry, Gramps, I wasn't focused. Angeline sighs and lifts her sword. Come on. The two adventurers rush forward at the same time, one on the right and the other on the left. The shadow being lunges at Angeline. It is much faster than a demonic wolf. This time, instead of seeing one of its eyes, she sees huge open jaws and several sharp fangs. However, unless they let their guard down completely, the speed of an S-rank adventurer would not lose to that. While the distorted magic energy was annoying, it didn't slow Angeline's movements. Angeline lowers her posture a little and strikes with her sword. To her surprise, it receives the attack without even trying to dodge it. But instead of being cut in half, he just flies backward. What? Dortos appears at that moment and again strikes it with a resounding impact from his spear. The force can only be compared to that of a meteor falling to the ground. As expected, it is launched into the wall of the chamber and crashes into it with a thunderous explosion. The shadow being precipitates towards the ground, but once again, it stands up. Master, I am lonely. Open quote. Disappear. Dortos twists his whole body and, with frightening strength, strikes again with his spear. It is undoubtedly his deadliest attack. It receives the attack of the spear, or so it seems. Dortos is surprised and opens his eyes wide. It catches the strike with its fangs and bites the tip of the spear with incredible force. The platinum spear begins to crack. At that moment, Angeline kicks it hard on one side. It separates from the spear, rolls on the floor and hits the other wall. Gramps Silver here, are you okay? Thank you, Ange. But, to damage a spear reinforced with magic, there's a fissure at the tip of the weapon. Dortos frowned at that battle wound, for he had not received such a thing in a long time. I'll take care of it. You stay back, says Angelina, stepping forward. All right, I'm pitiful, Dortos mutters as he drops to the floor and tries to calm his breathing. It pounces on them again, with its mouth open, and aims directly at Angeline's sword. But, she kicks it in the belly. After the kick, Angeline twists her whole body and, with remarkable power, throws a lunge. Dortos opens his eyes in surprise. That attack uses all the power and speed of Angeline's entire body, just like Dortos used to do in his prime. However, she was still unable to penetrate its skin. Angeline clicks her tongue. It hits the wall due to the power of the lunge, and rises up in a staggering manner. But even though it appears to have suffered damage, it jumps back to Angeline only moments later. Little by little the movements of it become sharper. It's like it remembers Angeline's fighting style and adapts to it. In response, the adventurer accelerates her movements again. Even though his spear is battered, Dortos can barely prevent himself from joining that fierce fight once again. They approached, separated and approached once more. Every time a sharp tusk passes close to her body, Angeline feels a shiver down her spine. The attack of its hands also causes dread. Even though it has no claws, every time one of its hands grazes Angeline's skin, she gets goosebumps. It is likely that one of these attacks could cut her arm off. How many times has she felt her life in imminent danger so far? That's when Angeline's fighting spirit is ignited. Before she knew it, her arms began to wield her sword, and her feet kicked the ground out of pure instinct. After dozens of clashes, Angeline has hit it several times with her sword. But no matter how many times she strikes it, she just can't cut it. Nothing seems to work. Is that thing even tired? Thinks Angeline to herself. There's no way of knowing. But from the way it moves, it doesn't seem to have received much damage. Angeline calms her breathing. Her blood is pouring through the cuts in her skin. But she can't quit now. She cannot turn around and let the being responsible for this catastrophe escape. When she thinks of this, her anger is unleashed immediately. It hurts, Master, where did you go? Baal has been a good boy, mumbles it. It's like it's not paying attention to Angeline, even though until a few moments ago, they were fighting. I do not know who you want to see, but I have people waiting for me. Angeline holds the sword calmly and concentrates. The magical power swells all over her body, she can feel it circulate throughout her whole being, as if it were blood pumped by her heart. When the power reaches her fingertips, she also transfers it to the sword. The magical power binds her hands and her sword. The sword begins to shine brightly. If you want to see him so much, then I'll send you to him at once. Ha! Angeline kicks the ground, and at the same time the fangs of it head towards her. Both attacks collide, the fangs pierce, and the sword is swung. Marsed her. Her shoulders warm. She can feel the blood gushing out, and even though she hasn't lost her arms, she doesn't have any strength left. She has apparently used all her power in a single blow. Angeline's knees are shaking, but before collapsing, Dortos appears beside her and supports her. She concentrates on her breathing and strives to stay conscious. Somehow, she manages to lift her face. Gramps Silverhead the demon. Dortos smiles gently and makes a nod. Angeline turns a little and looks over her shoulder. It is split right in half and is collapsed on the ground. When it seems to be moving again, the body begins to dissolve. At the same time, the ominous magical power that covers the surroundings begins to disperse. The foreign substance covering the wall also crumbles, stops shining and vanishes. Did we win? Says Angeline as she turns to see Dortos. Yes, victory is ours. Well done, Ange. Angeline lets out a sigh of relief. At that moment, she collapses. Dortos hurries and hugs her before she falls to the ground. The black-haired Valkyrie is sleeping peacefully. Umlaut. The adventurers are gone and the abandoned dungeon is silent. Someone stands next to the remains of it. He wears a white hooded robe and gives the impression that he is floating in the darkness. Seeing that it has melted and turned into a black puddle, the being in the white robe clicks his tongue. What a miserable sight, says the man with a deep voice. The man in the robe places his hand over the puddle and begins a chant. A light is lit at the tip of his hand, and it is reflected in the puddle that also begins to shine. The strange shadow being begins to emerge from within the puddle. Gradually the puddle disappears, absorbed to create the dark body. It sways from side to side again until it notices the presence of the man in the white robe. Master, Master. With its arms outstretched forward, it approaches the man in the robe. However, the man seems frustrated and kicks it violently. You fool! Do I look like Solomon to you? Master, where is? Baal hasn't moved from here, open quote. The man in the robe clicks his tongue again. Enough. Remain silent until your power returns, says the man as he reaches out his hand. At that moment, it floats in the air, becomes a small black gem, and falls into the palm of the man's hand. Were we a bit impatient? No, we underestimated Orphans Guild. I thought there were only incompetents, but they must have skilled individuals to be able to discover this place, especially that black-haired Valkyrie anyway. This has just begun, mutters the man as he puts the gem in his pocket. The man in the white robe then turns around and walks away from the place. Umlaut. Angeline wakes up inside one of the guild's hospital rooms. Anessa and Miriam sit next to her, their faces reflect concern. When Angeline gets up, Miriam cries and embraces her right away. Ange. What are relief less than? Wha? I thought you were dead less than. Wha? You're exaggerating, Miri. Wait, my shoulder hurts. It hurts. Hey Miri, you're hurting her. Listening to Anessa, Miriam continues to cry but lets Angeline go. I'm glad you're okay, you really defeated the Demon King. Even though Anessa is smiling, tear marks can be seen in her eyes. How long have I slept? Thinks Angeline. Her clothes have not been changed, with the exception of bandages that cover her shoulder wound. Apparently, she has slept in the carriage all the way home from the dungeon. Although the sun has already set, it is still the same day, and the lobby next to her room is quite noisy. It seems that other adventurers are still discussing something. Are they all still here? Yeah. But Maria said her throat was sore and went home. She's so heartless less than, says Miriam quite angry. Angeline starts laughing. She knows that Maria trusts her enough to know that she will recover completely, despite everything. It's true that her shoulder hurts, but it's something she can handle. She stands up with the help of Anessa and Miriam, and leaves the hospital room. In the lobby, some adventurers sit around a table while others lean against the walls, and are talking to each other. Apparently, they are exchanging opinions about the future of the guild. When they see Angeline approaching, the adventurers immediately get up, raise their weapons and cheer with loud voices. Angeline. The black-haired Valkyrie. The Demon King Slayer. The guardian goddess of Orphan. That's enough, it's embarrassing. Angeline's cheeks turn red, and she looks away awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. Defeating the Demon King is not something that happens every day, Ange. I won't be so careless as to let you miss this experience. Chebulg says as he smiles and pats Angeline's head. Musclehead General, maybe some other time, my shoulder hurts. What? Did I say something, Ange? Mr. Chebulg, Ms. Ange's shoulder is injured, please don't be too harsh less than. Lionel pulls Chebulg's arm. Then he makes a deep bow to Angeline. Thank you so much for everything you did, Ms. Ange. As Orphans Guild Master, I appreciate all your help and again apologize for my ineptitude. Thanks to you, the adventurers of the guild and the city of Orphan are safe. No matter how much I thank you, I know it's not enough. I will give you the appropriate reward when everything has calmed down less than. It's creepy for you to behave like that, Guild Master. So stop it. Angeline interrupts Lionel's words with an uncomfortable face. Yes. The adventurers laugh and start teasing Lionel. He just scratches his head with a bitter smile. Well, it's as usual anyway, not counting the few high-level magic beasts left, we're done. All thanks to Ms. Ange defeating the Demon King. So there's still work to be done. No, not for you. Lionel looks back at the adventurers. Dortos, who had his arms crossed, nods. We'll take care of the rest. So, Ms. Ange, take all the time you want and go on that vacation you so much wanted less than. No one will get in the way. After all, you need to take a vacation after an experience like this. But, ha, ha, ha. Don't worry, Ange. We can still wreck things. We can't embarrass ourselves even more and ask you to keep working. The group of retired adventurers smile and nod to Chebulg's words. All right, I'll be back in no time. At Angeline's words, Lionel nods. By the way, I would like the cooperation of the rest of you to make certain changes to the guild. The methods of the Central Guild are completely useless. If we do not devise new reforms for the Guild of Orphan, we could live another unpleasant experience. But I'm not asking you because I'm lazy and don't want to do it alone less than. It's only natural. We don't know when something like this will happen again. Lionel, now that you've reached this point, you have to keep your head up and can't run away as you did in the past. So I'll keep an eye on you myself. In that case, I appreciate your help, Mr. Dortos. Even someone as incompetent as me knows something must be done. Once you begin your journey, you must continue and assume responsibility until the end. Also, if we leave you alone, you may lead us to disaster. Chebelg laughs amazingly when I hear that. What are you talking about, Dortos? You only want revenge because the Demon King broke your spear. I know you too well. Oh, shut up, musclehead Daruma. Haha, anyway, I'll still be quite busy less than. I have to talk properly with the lords and with the soldiers in the city as the resources of the guild are exhausted. First we have to raise funds. Even an incompetent was supposed to be able to be guild master. Everyone, can you help me? Please less than. Sighs Lionel. Angeline smiles satisfactorily and, since she hasn't eaten in a while, she decides to go for something to eat first. By the way, Ange. Chebelg calls Angeline when she gets ready to go to her usual bar. What's the matter, Musclehead General? Lionel told me that you had some problems this time around. It was a very dangerous burden. Any other adventurer would have hated the situation and would have left the guild. Even me. Dortos nods solemnly. No adventurer would endure doing so many subjugations day after day. You had to talk to the guild master on several occasions instead of visiting your father. You could have refused the request. Although the guild faced an unprecedented situation, your reputation would not be affected if you ignored it. When he hears the words of the veterans, Lionel scratches his head seriously. Even though the catastrophe far outweighed me, I handled it poorly. Well, I did it because on this occasion it was not only the guild that was in danger, but also the rest of the city. The tavern and its owner, the orphanage where Nessa and Miriam used to live, the sweet shop employee, and everyone else. My daddy always says it's normal for adventurers to help other people. If I were to abandon someone who needed me just to go home, my daddy wouldn't be happy. Angeline says with an innocent expression. The adventurers, including Dortos and Chebelg, were quite nervous awaiting Angeline's response. But in the end, they all explode in laughter, making the building tremble from its foundations. Then he's a good fellow. You have a good father, Ange. That's true. That makes me realize how much I can still grow. It was thanks to her father that Ms. Ange came to this guild. This old man doesn't know how to thank Ms. Angeline and her father. The adventurers, the veterans and the guild master laugh again. Anessa caresses Angeline's head with a touched expression, and Miriam hugs her again while crying. Seeing the high spirits of everyone, Angeline proudly lifts her face and says aloud, "That's right. My dad is amazing. His name is the Red Ogre Belgriff. The incredible Red Ogre Belgriff. Remember him." Chapter 12. The snow melts and becomes speckled. On the ground where the snow melts and becomes mottled, two figures are crossing their swords. One of the figures has red hair, while the other has platinum blonde. They are Belgriff and Sosha. Spring has arrived in the village of Tornella, which causes the snow to melt and stain the ground, while the mountain flowers begin to bloom. From beneath the snow, wheat shoots begin to appear looking for the warmth of sunlight. In early spring, when the winter cold disappears, the fields begin to revive in the village. The wheat is harvested, the fields are revitalized, potatoes are planted, and, once everything is ready, the spring festival is prepared. In this festivity, everyone tries to unburden the stiff muscles that had not been able to stretch throughout the winter. Now that the snow has stopped blocking the roads, Sosha constantly visits Belgriff, even though he is busy with his spring chores. Despite all the work that needs to be done, Sosha begs him to help her practice her sword technique, and Belgriff ends up accepting with a bitter smile. Although he had practiced every day during winter, it is also true that he had not been able to move his body as he would have wished. Sosha's request will allow him to move properly after so long. Both warriors draw their swords from their sheaths. Sosha's movements are much more refined than the last time they fought, and her stroke is also much heavier. The movement of her center is smoother, allowing her to wield her sword with less effort. Although at first they seem even, Belgriff is gradually overwhelmed and can't help but get serious. Ugh. Sosha's strike sends Belgriff's sword flying. She can't help but blink in surprise. But Belgriff reaches out his hand, grabs Sosha's wrist and twists it. The young woman screams and drops the sword. When Belgriff hears that, he's surprised and frees the girl's hand. "I'm so sorry, Miss Sosha. It was a reflex. Are you hurt?" Sosha shakes her head with teary eyes. No, it was my fault, but you were incredible. Master***. The most dangerous moment in a fight is when you think you've already won and let your guard down. To think that you put yourself in that position just to teach me that. It seems that I, Sasha Bordeaux, still have much to learn. No, I was really trying. Next time I will definitely not let my guard down. Please don't be disappointed in me, Master. Sasha takes Belgriff's hand as she stares at him with tears in her eyes and compliments him. Belgriff can only smile bitterly at the young woman's seriousness. But he lets it go, because the next time they face each other, he is sure that he will be completely defeated. That will clear up any misunderstanding. Belgriff invites Sasha to the house and makes some tea. Sasha drinks the fragrant drink and sighs. In the Bordeaux fields, they started working earlier than here, right? Belgriff says as he puts dried grapes on the table. Well, they're already revitalizing every other field, and the wheat is being harvested. And since the number of magic beasts has decreased considerably, I have had to help more with internal affairs than with missions for adventurers. That kind of peace is a good thing. But why did the number of magic beasts decrease? Upon hearing Belgriff's question, Sasha looks at him with a surprised expression. Haven't you heard? The demon king lurking in the suburbs of Orphan has been subjugated. Apparently, the number of magic beasts increased because of its influence. Belgriff is surprised by that statement. The idea that a demon king exists is hard to believe on its own, but then, Belgriff remembers what the Winter Lady said. Is it possible that those who seek to rule everything, even the winter, are related to that demon king? According to the legends, there's not just one demon king. It is even possible that a demon king is capable of resurrecting. If so, this might be only the beginning. While Belgriff analyzes all the possibilities he can think of, Sasha continues to speak with considerable emotion. Besides, the members of the subjugation group was incredible. First on the list is Maria the Dragon Slayer, followed by Silverhead Dortos, Chebulg the Destroyer, and the person who directly faced the Demon King, the black-haired Valkyrie Angelin. I thought you already knew. Belgriff is more than surprised. His little daughter has eliminated that monster. It's clear that he's happy and proud that Angelin's name is on par with the strongest adventurers, but he's also worried that she'll have to go on such dangerous missions regularly. Being a father is a very complicated thing, Belgriff thinks as he scratches his beard. Very few letters and supplies arrive at Tornella during the winter. I am sad to say that I am barely aware of everything. Thank you very much, Miss Sasha. No, if I'd known, I'd have brought a newspaper. Please don't worry. If the number of magic beasts decreases, that girl will be able to come home more often. Now, what were the errands? Oh, right. I've come on behalf of my sister. She asked me to give you this. Sasha gives him a letter. The addressee is the head of the village, Hoffman. Belgriff tilts his head. This is for the village chief, not for me. Well, actually, the plan to improve the road from Bordeaux to Tornella has been approved. According to Sasha, when Helvetica first visited Tornella during the autumn festival, she was surprised by the poor state of the road. Although this place is part of the Bordeaux territory, it is too complicated to get here. If worse comes to shove, Tornella may be completely cut off. In addition, the processed cheeses and dried fruits that Helvetica had tasted during the festival are of great quality. If the road is repaired, it will be much easier to sell these products, and it will also make it easier to transport more goods to Tornella. Certainly, it's just like Sasha says. If the road is properly arranged, it would be possible to send more letters and supplies, even during winter. However, this is not a decision Belgriff can make on his own. Besides, the letter is addressed to Hoffman. Anyway, let's go to the village chief's house, says Belgriff and stands up with the letter in his hand. Hoffman is in the middle of revitalizing the camps. The man has one of his donkeys plowing the field while he whistles happily walking beside the animal. Hey, chief! Shouts Belgriff, and Hoffman stops his work. Oh, Bell. What's going on? We have to tell you something. This is Miss Sasha, a member of the Bordeaux family. Sasha makes a clumsy bow when presented by Belgriff. I'm Sasha Bordeaux, are you the village chief? My sister, Helvetica Bordeaux, has sent me with a message. The new lord's younger sister. This humble servant has been very rude. When Hoffman tries to kneel in front of her, Sasha quickly stops him. Don't worry. It's okay. I didn't come all this way to be treated like nobility. Seeing this scene, Belgriff can't help but smile. I've been thinking about it for a while, but your bows are kind of strange, aren't they, Chief? Ugh. I'm a countryman, so I can't help it, Hoffman says as he shyly wipes the dust from his large body. Sasha starts laughing. Although they belong to the nobility, none of the three Bordeaux sisters has an arrogant attitude towards the common folk. Originally, the Bordeaux clan was one of the most prominent families in the area, and it was they and their descendants who, along with the farmers, rehabilitated the surrounding arid lands. Even after joining a part of the principality and receiving a title, their natural behavior did not change. The sisters regularly inspect their territories as part of their government affairs, and sometimes even work with the farmers. Despite this, their behavior never ceases to be elegant. The contradiction between their kindness and their social standing gives the Bordeaux sisters a mysterious charm. However, it was the first time they visited a place as secluded as Tornella. Hoffman led his two guests to the table in the garden to continue their conversation. There's a little snow pile in the garden corner. Some young children play with wooden swords and climb the snow. Apparently, they're Hoffman's grandchildren. Hey, honey. We've got guests. Brew our best tea, says Hoffman aloud and then heads to the table. Sporadic clouds furrow the sky, the wind is still quite cold, but the sunlight is warm. Hoffman nods as he reads the letter. I see, it's about the road that would help us a lot. I'm glad you feel the same way. We would really appreciate your cooperation with this. Yes, we'll do it gladly. Won't we, Belle? Belgriff nods while he drinks some tea. I think it's a good idea. But I believe it would be better to tell everyone in the village before deciding. Oh, right. It would be quite problematic if this were to become a dispute later on. Lady Sasha, I don't think anyone will object, but are you sure about this? Of course. Talk to each other as much as necessary. By the way, this tea is delicious, says Sasha with a cheerful smile. Oh, really? The lent leaves we use come from my humble personal garden. It's a family recipe where we use neri dried flowers to improve the taste. Hearing Sasha's compliments, Hoffman couldn't help but brag a little. Belgriff drinks more tea with a smile. There's no doubt it's delicious. Lent leaf tea is quite common in the area, but Belgriff is surprised to hear that neri flowers were added to the drink. Sasha decides to return home after talking for a while. It is clear that the Bordeaux fields are quite busy during the beginning of spring. But before leaving, Sasha takes Belgriff's hand with a brilliant expression. Master, we'll stop here for now. Next time, I'll try even harder to make you use all your strength. Miss Sasha, as I said before. Well then. See you next time. Sasha gallantly rides her horse away. As an AA adventurer, Sasha doesn't need any kind of escort for trips like these. She's a good girl, Belgriff says with a sigh. Hey, Belle. You'll be busy from now on. I'll call for a town meeting tonight. Gahahaha. Hoffman is excited about the biggest project Tornella has had since its inception. Belgriff smiles and scratches his beard. The best thing right now is to let Hoffman and Kerry take care of the project. He is already very busy training the children and practicing his swordsmanship. Umlaut. The carriage is shaken continuously. There is snow in some places, but the surroundings are filled with signs of spring, and the green plants can be seen by the side of the road. The carriage is pulled only by one horse, and it is Anessa who holds the reins. In the back, Angeline and Miriam are traveling along with the rest of the luggage. The air is incredible less than. It's like it lightens my chest, says Miriam as she chews on dried fruit. Ah, you're right, the air here is very pleasant. Less than. Orphan was somewhat contaminated after all. A place like this would do a lot to improve the lungs of a certain whimsical woman less than. Miriam whispers unconsciously, letting out a sigh. Angeline can't help but smile when hearing her statement. You're really worried about Auntie Maria, Miri. No, you're wrong. I don't know anything about that old lady less than. Phew. Well, we'll leave it at that. Here, Angeline smiles widely and hands the dried fruit to Anessa. Thank you, Angie. Apparently, this will take some time. The roads are not well cared for, and I can't accelerate much. Close quote, but then we can relax less than. Right. But you're in a hurry, aren't you, Angie? Hearing Anessa's words, Angeline shakes her head. Nothing will stop me now. There's no deadline for my vacation and I'm very relaxed. Phew, when I get home, my daddy will be very surprised. It's been more than a month since the subjugation of the Demon King. When that fight took place, Orphan's snow was already melting, but Tornella was still buried in it. Angeline wanted to go home as soon as possible, but she had hurt her shoulder, so she decided to wait for the snow to melt and for her shoulder to heal. And then, when the snow was no longer a problem, Angeline bought a carriage and a horse herself. It was time to return home with the huge pile of souvenirs and with Miriam and Anessa, whom she had invited. Since the defeat of the Demon King, many high-level magic beasts have appeared from time to time, but the veteran adventurers have taken care of every quest. Apparently, they are the remnants of the magic beasts that were in the dungeon. Since then, the days when adventurers took on quests every day slowly return. Likewise, the adventurers who had left the city are coming back little by little. In addition, Lionel's acquaintances who traveled from the capital also arrived. They worked together with Dortos, Chebulg and the rest to create the new guild's reforms. Although it is still in the testing phase, it has been decided that, during the most pressing cases, measures and decisions will be taken with the help of a parliamentary system, and not just by the guild master. This way, Orphan's Guild will gradually abandon the self-interest system of the Central Guild. However, there seems to be considerable pressure from the Central Guild, and problems seem to be building up. But Angeline doesn't care about that anymore. The threat has been neutralized and Orphan and its surroundings are safe. All she cares about now is meeting with Belgriff. That's why 8 days ago they left Orphan and entered the Bordeaux territory. They are now in the final part of the journey. If they don't encounter any more problems, they'll get there by the end of the day. Angeline lies down on her luggage and puts her arms behind her head. The sky is blue and the sun is warm. She tries to fall asleep a couple of times, but every time they pass over a stone, the carriage shakes and wakes her up. The breeze carries the smell of spring. Apparently, the fragrance of the new sprouts has spread throughout the area. Hey, Angie less than, where'd you put the water? Oh, here. Miri, give me some. All RIGHT less than. You want some, too, Angie? I'm fine. When Miriam takes the cork out of the water jug, a soft aroma fills the air. Miriam takes a sip and passes the container to Anessa. She, in turn, drinks a little and lets out a sigh. We can finally meet Angie's dad. I look forward to it. But the red ogre sounds terrifying less than. What if she's just nice to Angie? When she hears Miriam's jokes, Angeline can't keep quiet. My daddy's not like that. He's nice to everyone and he's very strong. If you say so, then he must be an amazing person. Ho! A girl on horseback comes from the other side of the road, so Anessa slows down the carriage and gathered a bit from the center of the road. A girl riding a horse approaches from the other end, so Anessa reduces the speed of the carriage and drives it to one side of the road. The girl passes by the carriage and looks at the people inside. Then when it looks like she's starting to move away, she screams out loud. Wait. Excuse me, but in that carriage, that beautiful woman with black hair and eyes, is it possible she's Angeline? The black-haired Valkyrie. Angeline nods with a hesitant expression. I am, and who are you? The young woman comes down from the horse and approaches with a cheerful smile. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sasha Bordeaux. I want to thank you for helping my sister Celine. I never imagined I'd find you in a place like this. The young traveler's name is Sasha. She's on his way back from Tornella. But now her eyes are shining, because she has finally found the person she's been longing to meet. However, Angeline's face becomes blank. Celine's sister. Yes. As a fellow adventurer, I respect you very much, Miss Angeline. Really? Huh. Angeline jumps out of the carriage. And she slowly approaches Sasha with a somewhat frightening expression. One can feel enormous pressure and intimidation. It's like Angeline's ready for battle. Sasha, who is an AA rank adventurer, instinctively feels scared and backs down. Miss Angeline. What did I? You've got a lot of guts to try and take my daddy away from me. Don't think he'll become my mom so easily. What are you talking about? Don't try to fool me. I know you tried to take my daddy to the Bordeaux territory. No, that's a misunderstanding. It wasn't me, it was my sister. Phew, no excuses. I'll personally make sure you understand my daddy's greatness. What are you doing? Angeline grabs Sasha's shoulder and looks directly into her eyes. Her look is terrifying. Sasha can't help but scream a little out of fear. Are all S-rank adventurers just as terrifying? Angeline slowly opens her mouth. First question: what's Daddy's favorite food? What? Favorite food? Mr. Belgriff's favorite food? Yes, answer quickly. I don't know. We've only had a cup of tea, we've never eaten together. At Sasha's nervous response, Angeline's expression becomes cheerful and mischievous. You don't even know that. Listen carefully, Daddy likes to simmer sheep meat with Corio fruit. He adds salt to give depth to the flavor and oregano to improve the aroma. He accompanies it with freshly baked bread and also... Angie, calm down a little, you dummy. Anessa lightly hits her partner's head. Angeline squints her eyes and turns to Anessa. What? I'm busy right now. Listen to me attentively, you've misunderstood things. Angeline tilts her head. Miriam is laughing in the carriage. The misunderstanding is solved somehow by Sasha's desperate excuses. Immediately afterward, Angeline turns red from shame and Sasha, who can't stop shaking, squats. Are you all right? She loses some control when it comes to her father, says Anessa as she rubs Sasha's back. Yes, somehow Sasha breathes deeply a couple of times and finally recovers her calm. Miriam approaches her and offers her the water jug. Sasha makes a small bow after drinking a little and refreshing her body. Thank you very much, I've calmed down. No, it's all this dummy's fault. Hey, Angie. Don't look so gloomy and apologize properly. Angers is POUTING****, but eventually, she bows to Sasha. I'm sorry. No, I'm glad it's all cleared up. However, you are an adventurer, Miss Sasha less than. I have met adventurers who set aside their nobility titles, but this is the first time I see a person who is an adventurer and a noble. Hearing Miriam's words, Sasha happily scratches her cheek. Yes, aristocrats usually despise adventurers and say it's a despicable occupation. But I'm kind of unusual. And you reached the AA rank. If you work a little more, it is likely that your rank will increase fast. I still have a lot to improve. At the very least, I still lack the strength to properly face Mr. Belgriff in a fight. Belgriff, you're talking about Angie's father, right? Have you crossed swords with Angie's father, Miss Sasha? Yes. That's right. Sasha responds with sparkling eyes. Lady Angeline's father, the Red Ogre Belgriff, is my master. He has a wonderful skill with the sword. Despite having a prosthesis in his right leg, his skill is better than I dared to imagine. Moreover, he perfectly makes use of it to create his own movements. The sword he wields is heavy and fast, since he not only uses his hands to move it but his whole body. And he also has an eye for tactics. In our previous encounter, he created a purposeful opening to attract my attack. I was thrilled when I sent his sword flying, but he caught my hand and twisted it. Don't let down your guard even when it appears that you've already won. I've received very good teachings. Next time I'll work much harder to get my master to take me more seriously. Anessa is enthralled by Sasha's passionate speech. Miriam just listens with a funny expression. As for Angeline, she approaches Sasha without saying a word and takes her by the shoulder. Sasha, who still remembers the horrible experience, freezes in place. Sasha. Yes. I apologize for the misunderstanding. You're a comrade, after all. That said, Angeline hugs Sasha, who is quite surprised. Are you acknowledging me, Miss Angeline? I, Sasha Bordeaux, swear to do my best to reach your level as soon as possible. Sasha sheds tears of joy and embraces Angeline tightly. And then they start spinning as they hug each other. I feel like we're extra luggage at this point, murmurs Anessa with astonishment. Fu less than. Sasha is very interesting. After a little chat, Angeline's group separates from Sasha and continues on its way again. The newly cleared road opened up in front of them. Young wheat sprouts have come out of the melting snow. They are very close to the village of Tornella. The closer they get, the more nostalgic Angeline's expression is. A little more. Oh, the fields extend everywhere. It's beautiful. Anessa breathes deeply. Miriam smiles maliciously and talks to Angeline. You're about to meet your father, Angie. How do you feel less than? I'm so happy. Happy to be alive. What are you talking about? Anessa is surprised to hear the answer, but focuses his attention on the carriage and accelerates a little. The landscape she sees from the carriage is the same as the one she saw before leaving. Angeline's chest tightens every time she sees the fields where she played with other children, the roads she walked next to Belgriff, and the woods where she gathered acorns. She's missed this place so much. The loneliness that gradually overwhelmed her disappears. But at the same time, a strange feeling of anxiety reaches her mind. The landscape hasn't changed, but what about Belgriff? For Angeline, no one in all of Orphan can replace Belgriff, but what if Belgriff has found someone else? In fact, he already has a new disciple, Sasha. She's the same age as Angeline. She's cheerful, bright and pretty. Her admiration for Belgriff seems sincere. There are also little children in Tornella. Belgriff adores those little ones and treats them as if they were his own children. She has also heard that Lady Bordeaux approached him. Both Celine and Sasha are beautiful women. And most likely their sister is just as beautiful. Apparently, Belgriff turned down her offer, but what if he feels guilty about it? Belgriff has a strong sense of responsibility, and there is a possibility that this situation will prevent him from continuing his peaceful life. What if he no longer misses her? What if he no longer eagerly awaits her return? What if she no longer occupies a place in his heart? Daddy's not like that. Angeline shakes her head. But the anxiety doesn't go away. The closer they got to the village, the bigger the feeling. Suddenly, she feels she has to run away from Tornella, the place she wanted to return to. She feels a pain in her chest. They finally enter the village. The villagers are working, but they turn to see the horse-drawn carriage curiously. Seeing Angeline, they can't help but rub their eyes. However, Angeline doesn't pay attention to the stairs. "Where should we go, Angeline?" asks Anessa. Angeline lifts her face sadly. A familiar nostalgic landscape appears before her eyes. Over there. The horse-drawn carriage moves in the direction indicated by Angeline. After a while, they arrive at a house. Angeline shyly looks at the place. There are some children playing with wooden swords in the garden. Belgriff looks at them with a tender expression. Angeline's chest tightens. Her eyes are clouded with tears. She comes down from the carriage with a nervous expression. One of the children sees Angeline and points at her as he says something. At that moment, Belgriff turns to see her. Apparently, the number of wrinkles on his face has increased a little. But his kind eyes are still the same, he is still the same. Ah! Angeline runs hastily and jumps into the garden. She lands in front of Belgriff and talks to him. I did my best. I reached the S rank. I've killed many magic beasts. And well, the other day I defeated the Demon King and I did my best. Suddenly one hand lands softly on Angeline's turbulent and agitated head. The rough palm that has held swords and plows countless times is now slowly caressing her hair. Angeline runs out of strength and lets out a sigh. "You've grown so much," says Belgriff. "Yes. You also let your hair grow. It looks good on you." "Yes. You've changed so much that, for a moment, I didn't know who you were." "Yes." All of Angeline's doubts disappear completely, and tears run down her cheeks. "Welcome home, Angeline," says Belgriff with a big smile. "I'm home, Daddy."